Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Okay, I'm going to ask a question about that a little bit later pop up as far as trading view, okay? If you don't mind, a little bit later. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes. Thank you, Steve. All right, guys. You know what? There are quite a few earnings plays here. Well, GME guys, now we know GME. They released earnings after hours and just got kersplatted. They also fired the old CEO, brought in Cohen to be the CEO. I think he was the chairman of the board. So anyway, there is GME getting hammered down 22%. That is one earnings play. DBI. DBI is another one. DBI, Designer Brands, another earnings play. Nice big pop for it. Where could it keep going? 8 is probably a pretty tough resistance area. And as I'm hearing MGRX, I'm hearing MGRX must be moving. MGRX must be moving. Yeah, so MGRX is just moving right now. Signs a deal with Barstool Sports, Barstool Sports. Okay, so that is MGRX, just moving right now. So here are some of the earnings plays. HCP. Actually, wonder what they do. They don't do what I thought they. Looking at the name, the healthcare stock, HashiCorp. Look at this. What a drop. 21%. Not a low float, not a crazy high float. 72 million in the float. Looks like the next area of support could be around 26. That is HCP. SMAR, another one. SMAR. Smart sheet. Little delay here. Hopefully that's not indicative of what's going to happen. SMAR, another big gap down, 15% gap down. The 200-day moving average is at 39.51, so it's a little bit above that. Get this up and running here so we can see what's happening as I'm talking. So CRBG is also must be popping also a little bit. CRBG. ALYA, Canadian company, released earnings. Big pop up. I was looking to see if we could. Oh, it is shortable now. They've just. I don't think it was shortable earlier, but the 108,000 now. It's a little too late now. I would have loved to have shorted it up in this 3 level on the break of three. Not sure it was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers then. Stig, another earnings play. Signet down 9%. Someone got fired at HCP also. Okay, that's probably another. Not only is it an earnings play, let's take a look. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see that. I'm sure you're right, William. I just don't see it. Interesting. I just don't see it. I've got all sorts of headlines for HCP. I just don't see that. Maybe that's the problem. I have so many headlines that maybe it's just buried somewhere. MBLY is also moving down here, guys. MBLY also moving down. This is not an earnings play. MBLY also moving down. Now, this one was huge early. BAOS, a China stock. It's gone up to 12.76 pre-market. It has dropped down a little bit here. A lot of volume, super duper low float. If we have 488,000, if I check some other if I check some other websites, I'm sure we'll get it may not be 488, but whatever it's going to be is going to be very low. Let me just do a quick check. I think I've gone through this one before. I think it's around 2 million, maybe. Okay, give me a moment. Well, actually, we have I see another website that seems to be pretty reliable, has 620,000. So this is pretty close. 488, 620,000, just insanely low. But it's maybe the double whammy, though. Also, Blaine. I mean, what William is pointing out, somebody got fired, plus it via earnings. Lake is another earnings play. LAKE. LAKE is another earnings play. A nice pop up for it. No volume yet. They released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. You can see the mauve area right here. And they released earnings after hours, and it's holding. No volume yet. Only 12,000 shares. And Aecon popped and dropped. I think Aecon had some news. Unfortunately, now the news has disappeared for me at Interactive Brokers. Maybe it's here. Yeah, this was the news. So this is still in ours. It's disappeared. So this is the news for Aecon, statistically significant, et cetera, et cetera. And MGOL, sorry guys, and just kind of scouring my list here, or scanning my list to see if anything interesting is happening. It's MGOL. MGOL had a huge day yesterday. Huge day yesterday. Follow through after hours, got up to almost $3. MGOL. I don't know exactly why. I can't remember the news on this one, if there was any specific news, but at any rate, it is still a good. You know what really moved, and I'm ticked off that I wasn't. I was looking at it the day before, but IEP, Carl Stock. Look at the day it had yesterday. I had looked at it the day before, but look at the day it had yesterday. IEP, and it's still, it's still in semi-recovery mode. I mean, the next high looking left is 2741. So if it can take that out, the next high is 2870. And then, we'll get into some of these more fantasy levels of 32. So IEP is, I mean, look, it's in recovery mode. It's come from 20 to 27 in about a week and a half. And I forgot to mention CVNA. CVNA was just ripping higher here. Yeah, I thought there were shorts available for us earlier, but certainly not any now at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. And CVNA ripped higher. Basically, they're saying they're jumping on improved second quarter outlook. Okay, so they don't actually release until the third. Well, August the 3rd, so a long ways off. But they're guiding higher here. And it is now below the VWAP, okay? I mean, if you have shorts, I mean, now CVNA is below the VWAP at 1903. And I'm hearing GME, which only can mean one thing, moving down. Well, obviously, the people that thought all these people here, pumping GME higher and higher and higher, expecting maybe another blowout earnings report that happened back here in March. Very disappointed, obviously. The other thing I noticed in their press release, their whole thrust seemed to be okay, we're going to be closing down our stores and, really trying to create a bigger online presence. They're disbanding that and they're going to try to revamp their stores. So I don't know if that's a winning model. GME on a 20 break could really get it rocking down, you know. I took this short here of the person's probably not in the room. Somebody in our YouTube room asked me yesterday, B plus doesn't seem to be working, or can you take a trade in B plus in the pre-market? And I said, well, listen, I'll do one tomorrow, which is now today. And so I took the short of GME just to show that it can be done. Person may not be in the room though. I just wanted to prove that it can be done. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning, just to see if there's anything interesting. Yeah, the analysts are certainly not working overtime right now. So let me get some of these in. Okay, that's it for the upgrades. I don't see any big deal on that one. Yeah, they fired their CEO actually. Well, okay, I think it was their CEO, and that Cohen, who was the chairman of the board, has taken over. I think he's also, isn't he the CEO of AMC, Ryan Cohen? And AMC's done very well. Sorry. Okay, there's a few more downgrades. DRMA, I'm hearing, guys. DRMA is obviously moving higher here. This is my text to voice and my gap up pre-market. So it is obviously moving higher. Now, there's your QS. The only problem I've got with QS real, I mean, they may have a $2 price target, but there's, I wish it were an all-time low right now. Then I'd be all over it. But it looks like there's, decent support around the 6 level. Of course, if that $2 price target really hammers home, that won't matter. I am not on mute, PJ. I hope I'm not on mute. My mic is on and the little icon there is on, so I should not be on mute. Hmm. Yeah, remember, I always have to say this. This is not the radio. So every now and then there is dead air as I'm typing things in. So that I think that's is what was happening as I was typing in the upgrades and downgrades. So let's take a look at DRMA, Dr. MA. Another crazy low float. Okay. See if there's any news. So it's a phase 2B acne result. Okay. So this is really rumping here, guys. DRMA. We've got a couple of super low floaters, Dr. MA and also BALS, a couple of super low floaters. Big disconnect in the market yesterday. The Dow was up, but the Nas was quite down. So a big disconnect. That's the tech stocks got hammered a bit, which didn't help. I think the trade of the week, ARKK. All right, now this Bayos, back early May got up to $23. Um, wow, the next high looking left is 1286. Probably got through that this morning. Not quite. So the pre-market high was 1268. What I'm going to do, and this is highly risky, highly, highly risky, but what I'm going to do is stick an alert, a price alert around that 1289 level, which is the next high looking left, which would take out the pre-market high and that high that occurred there on May the 5th and see what happens from there. Well, let's take a look at the sectors again. Let's take a look at see what's happening. Click on new doc channel bar and then show more and then sector status. And so we're in for basically a flat open. The SPY is basically flat right now. Interesting. Don't often see this. So what you're seeing here, first of all, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Don't often see it like this. Usually it's almost 100% one way or the other. 50-50. But 50-50, what does that mean? 50% of the stocks are above yesterday's close, 50% below yesterday's close. Okay, typically that's not the case. Usually it's almost an all or nothing, 100% up or 100% down. So just looking around, nothing really, I mean, again, the market's kind of flat on the open. Let's take a look at the sectors again, though, with respect to the 200-day moving average. Oh, energy creeping up to that big blue line here. That's the 200-day moving average, which is still below. XRT retail getting closer, guys. Retail's getting closer now. Also, retail's getting closer. XLP, consumer staples. Yeah, well, still a little bit below the 200-day moving average. And healthcare, XLV, yeah, a couple of days ago, it tried to get above it, closed below. Yesterday, it started to drift down to, and that's probably a lot of Nasdaq stock. Or no, that's not right. No, that's not right. This is probably most of the healthcare stocks are in the Dow. But anyway, still drifting away. XLI Industrials. All right, moving away from that 200-day moving average. Financials, one day. Look at this, guys. We're getting closer and closer to the magic 200-day moving average for financials. Now these are ripping higher. XLY consumer, XLY consumer discretionary. Little down day yesterday, but still well above. Materials, XLB. Yeah, starting to move away from the 200-day moving average. Now, tech yesterday Let's take a look at communications. Yeah, I would anticipate a red bar, but way above the 200-day moving average. And then tech itself, that's communications XLC. Tech itself, probably a red bar, but still way above. So there you have it, guys. The major sectors with respect to the 200-day moving averages. GME approaching 20, guys. GME is approaching 20. I'd be inclined to take a look at CVNA if it takes out that VWAP 1905. It did briefly, but so pretty. So what I'm going to do is take put a price alert around that 1928 mark, maybe. Yeah, 1928 mark. Oops, and see if it gets back over the VWAP area. Still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for CVNA. All right, let's see if anything's creeping in here. So, Sky, I'm going to try to understand what you're talking about a little bit just before the market opens. Can you have two dock window channels? You can have, I think I understand what you're talking about. You can now don't overload the system though, but you can the dock channel bar, you can open it again if you want. So I think this is what you're talking about. Let's say I have the pre-market channel up. Okay, so here it is. And so what you were saying, I think, is if you go to another channel, of course, this one disappears. You can open the dock channel bar again. Okay, so here it is, if that's what you mean. Okay, if that's what you mean. So now you've got, two channels open, if that's what you mean. But don't overload the system, okay? I don't know how many dock channel bars you can have open. So is that what you meant? And as far as the chart question you had, I have no idea what you mean. Um, what was that question? Message, you do not have permission to use this window, which is a charts window. Um, are you trying? You can only have 20 charts open max. I don't know if that's the issue. 20 charts if you have our premium service, but if you're part of the test drive, of course, then you have our premium service. 10 charts with our standard service. I'm not sure if that's the answer to your question. VTNR moving down, guys. VTNR moving down. A couple of days ago or 3 days ago, 2 days ago, the low was 6, so that might be support right there. So that's not a big deal. Very interested to see what sort of AI alerts we get today, guys. We had some great ones yesterday. So keep an eye. If you don't have this window open right now, okay, and you're part of Well, first of all, if you're right now a premium subscriber, but if you're part of this test drive, make sure you have this window open. And how to do it is click on New Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. And just wait for the alerts to happen. No alert will happen before 9:35. Not saying you'll get one at 9:35, but that's the earliest that you can get an alert. Okay. So have that window open. Meanwhile, MBLY continues to move down here. They're doing a financing at $42, so it's underneath the financing price. Wow, they're raising a lot of money. They are raising a lot of money, guys. 38 million shares at $42. No, yeah, this one, I don't have a link for this one. I have the individual scans, the pre-market actives up and down though, Topher, okay? These two scans. I don't usually give this one. This is just sort of, it's okay to have this, the gap up and gap down. This is really primarily what I look at though. Okay, so on my home page, you can go to the scan section if you don't have my homepage link, and just go to my homepage and you'll see the pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. And here they are, the pre-market actives up and down, okay? Those are the two top lists. It's really not that necessary to have the gap up and down. Okay, let's take a look at some of these other ones. Onfo. So you can see right off the bat, I mean, look how many are up 10%. I mean, there's a huge list of stocks that are up 10% from yesterday's close that meet these filter requirements. You know, anything in this light green, I've color coded it that way. It changed from the close of yesterday. Look how many are down. Not, I mean, nowhere near as many. Curve had a, well, it's a cheap one. Think it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Interesting, maybe. That'd be an all-time low down here, I believe. Had a couple of downgrades this morning for Curve. Yeah, I do see FDMT. I don't know why I didn't mention it. I do see FDMT here. I think maybe I saw it here and then it pulled all the way back down. Upgrade to 29. Let's see. I'm sure it is. I wonder why, is there a set? You guys know, those with Interactive Brokers and their headlines. You see what happens? Sometimes they just disappear after a while. I know that headline was here, but then they just get rid of it. And some results have been filtered out. I mean, I guess there must be a way to not have them filtered out. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about Walsh. I mean, listen, no recommendation, on this, but I think that that ship has sailed, really. I mean, yes, they pumped it up and up and up and up and up, but you know, I think that ship has sailed for a while anyway. But that's not a recommendation to short it. 1 minute. Where's William? Hey guys, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, keep an eye on the on this AI right here. Okay, if you don't have this loaded, load it. Again, this is the AI strategy all. Okay, click on new and then click on premium AI strategy trades window and just wait for the alerts to happen. Again, when they happen, understand I don't take the trades immediately. I want to see how they set up. Sometimes you'll get an alert It'll drop down below the alert price, and then it'll come back to the alert price, and that can give you an opportunity. Sometimes it'll pop on the alert and then come right back down, give you a second opportunity. All right, everybody, we're open for business. You can't sim trade? Okay. Let me try to answer your question. So, are you in? So, first of all, are you using our downloadable application, or are you on the web-based version? You scary. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So, are you using our? I'm sorry. I should not have asked two questions. So, I'm going to ask the first question. Are you using our web-based version? If you answer no, then I can maybe help you. Okay, you've got the downloadable. Okay. So from the toolbar, you click on Sim, and then this should turn to, yeah, I know and you've loaded the Brokers Plus window, right? So you have the window. So you can see the window. You clicked on new and then Brokers Plus. So you do have the window showing, the Brokers Plus window showing. Okay. So now you click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. There are two options. One says live, one says Sim. The minute you click Sim, you should be in the simulator. It should say simulator. Now, if it doesn't say simulator, if it says account, click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Okay. Whoa, HCP guys, HCP on the way down here. It's a little early for me, but HCP. Okay, so if it says simulator, now when you click on an alert, when you click on any symbol, doesn't the symbol show up in the box? Unfortunately, that last yes, I'm not sure if that referred to my asking that question. So when you click on an alert, does the symbol show up on the box? Okay, yes. All right. So all you have to do then is if you click on this blank, it'll be blank right there. This is a menu in which you can pick how many shares you want to trade, or you can type in the number. So what is not happening? So if I go 100 and then you should see the bid and the ask, right? And you click buy. Maybe what you're not doing is sending it. It's possible. Do you see the send? If you don't see the send, you have to drag the right-hand side of the Brokerage Plus window and stretch it out. Because it's a two-step process, which I hate, but just the way it is. So you would click buy and then send. It may not be working. I did maybe, yeah, I don't think I did this trade in the pre-market with GME on the short. It may not be working. You're right. It may not be working. Let me try one more here. DBI, click a few hundred shares, buy it at the market, buy, send. No, it's working. Okay, I must have done something wrong. So that's the thing. You've got to send it. Okay, it's not just buy, then you have to send it. Another earnings play, guys. TCOM. TCOM is an earnings play. It's up. It's a China stock. It's still up. So did that work? You scary? That's probably the reason that you didn't realize you had to hit the send. And if you don't see the send, you have to stretch it out. Is BAOS halted? The answer is yes, it is halted. BAOS is halted. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Now I know understand why. That's okay. You can ask me questions, you scary. I'm here to help. The other one that's halted is MINM. This got halted also. MINM, another low float. Yeah, so this is a what's this? This a SPAC? This looks like it's trading as I guess this was a SPAC that turned into BENF. All right, SMTC is an earnings play moving down right now. Earnings play moving down right now. Not available for short sale. Big red dot at Interactive Brokers. Ah, good. Okay. Good, good, good. I'm glad it's working. Again, if you are a little more aggressive than I am, there was the alert HCP 931. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes, but there it was, 25.81. Did get down to 25.30. It's popping back up now over that alert price. So now I can get interested again. Okay, Bayos just opened. Now this is okay. So I was trying to demonstrate to the gentleman in our YouTube room about this taking a trade here. I would never have done this, but I'll leave it in for a second. No alerts yet. No alerts yet from the AI. No, I better get rid of all this. Archie Trader, you will know if it because you should have this window open. Okay, you should have this window. Again, it's called. Click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Here's your window, and you can see there's nothing in it yet. So much for the Carvana bounce. Looks like Carvana is just, wow, too bad. No shorts available for us at Interactive Brokers. All right, DBI is on the move here, guys. Now, where this is an earnings play. Let's take a look left and where could it keep going before it hits that next high? Pretty close, 851. Boy, if it could ever get through that, you have a potential to get up to 9. Here's our first. So here it is. Here's our first alert from the AI. Let's take a look at a short of HCP. So there was your alert price, 25.94. But look what happened. That's why I don't take them. Auto trading is the way to go. Let it, take a look, see what's happening. See, it's popped up a little bit here. But if it gets that back down through 25.94 again or 25.90, that might be good. So let me put an alert, price alert just around that, around 25.83 and see if it takes it out later on. Now, the only issue I've got is where could there be some support on the daily chart. I mean, it's not clean. It's not like if you look left, there's some stuff happening between this current price and 25.80. Oh, here's another one, another short CXM. Take a look at what's happening on this one, 1385. This has maybe a little more promise because, the next low looking left is 13. But it did get down to 1352 and rebounded. And any reason I don't see, like to see a little bit of news. Like the ones that really worked yesterday, they were earnings plays. So you kind of know they're going to be active all day. Yeah, Smar. So this is an earnings play. Thanks, Real. I was actually watching it right here. Earnings plays up and down. Noticed it right there. Um, through the 200-day moving average. 39.51 is the 200-day moving average. So it is now through the 200-day moving average and probably not a lot of support. Take a look at a weekly chart on this one. Well, the next lows look like around 38.49. So there is a little bit support perhaps on the weekly. Okay, so is it possible you have a filter? Yesterday we found that some people had a filter that was blocking it. You might have this thing, profitable trades. Okay, check. And right now there are no profitable trades. So if you can find the filter, and this is a drop down menu, and more than likely that is checked. So uncheck it. It's probably the reason. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking some thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. All right, guys, I think the SMAR now is right at these levels. I wish all this wasn't here in the weekly chart, but it might have a little bit of room underneath. The next low that I see is 37. So that might be okay. Ah, Carvana must have popped. Okay, well, after that huge drop down to 1750, Carvana popped and now it's through the VWAP, guys. Now the VWAP really moved. The VWAP was at 1905, but of course, with all this additional information, the VWAP now 1870, so popping through the VWAP, and that is our Carvana CVNA. How does the trading room work? Well, if you have an idea that you want to talk about, you can go to the specific stocks only. Okay. You're in general market talk. You have any questions for me? You can go to Trade Ideas questions, like questions about the program itself. But other than that, that's how it works. I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. But what happens is I'll point out maybe opportunities where I think it might be a good opportunity, like the HCP. But look at this pop. That's why I know, Paul, you're in our YouTube room. That's why auto trading is not the way to go. I'm telling you, man. I know you're disappointed that we're basically disabling the auto trading of the AI, but it's just not the way to go. Oh, I work for Trade Ideas, yes, if that's what you mean. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Are you from Trade Ideas? Yes, I am. Hmm. All right, guys. So let's see. So nothing really shaking from the AI right now. This is an earnings play. So maybe it drops later on. Maybe it drops later on to that price. Well, guys, if you're not seeing these all the three of them, what's happened is I guess the default has now been put on profitable trades only. So all you have to do is disable that. Well, not disable it, but let me just show you again. Uncheck it. So stretch out the window where it says filter, and more than likely profitable trades is checked. Personally, I like to see all the trades. Okay. So uncheck it, then you'll see them all. Because again, HCP could come back to that short level. Well, Mohammed, you have to have some trading experience. I mean, Trade Ideas is an idea generator. Okay. So how it can help you trading is that, of the 10,000 stocks out there, it'll because it's a scanner, a real-time scanner, it can whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable level, number one. Okay. But it still requires, so you can set up your own types of scans, things that you think you like to see. You can have my scans, you can take a look at our channel bar. But as always, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you pile into the trade. You have to have some trading experience, chart reading experience. But what Traded is excellent at is, either A, you can create your own scans to give you ideas, but that's what it is. Remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. So, without it, I couldn't trade because otherwise I would have no idea, what to look for. Now, just because an idea comes through, in one of my scans, it doesn't mean I take the trade. It means I click on it, check the chart. Do I like what I see? If not, I pass. Well, again, Frank, and anybody watching the AI, when you get an alert, doesn't mean you just take the trade. I mean, that's why, for me, it's a watch list. Okay. It is a watch list. And so, and I never ever take a trade just because I see, in the AI. I'll look at it, say, okay, do I like it? Is there something about it that I like? If there is, then I'll take it. That's where trading experience comes in, of course. So now this one, is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. RevG is an earnings play. Now this is really interesting. I mean, if you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 1435. And if it can get through that, look up here. So, I mean, this becomes very interesting to me. RevG becomes very interesting, but I won't personally, I won't take a trade unless it breaks a whole, it's too close to the whole number for me. So I'd be looking at it over 14. So, I'm going to stick a price alert, say around 1411. See if it gets up there. Well, there's the stop price. Okay, Frank. This is the stop price for every one of them, if you want to call that the exit price, but there's no exit price yet because the within the AI, there hasn't been a trigger for an exit. The how to save two layouts into from the clouded. Well, it's you'd have to. One of the easier thing, well, I don't know if it's easy, but you could take your layouts and create docs out of them. Okay, like this. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you can, in theory, then you could have, this is a doc, you could have one doc layout and another doc layout. Okay. But you'd have to know how to create a doc window and then put those in. I can explain that a little bit later. That's probably the easiest way. Hmm. So this SMAR is definitely interesting. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 3688. Okay, guys, I'm in it. I don't think anybody else should be in it, but I'm now in this SMAR. And for me, it was a matter of looking left. Once it, took out this 39 area right there. But right there is the 3704 is the next high, next low looking left. So we'll see what happens. And it's an earnings play. I find that the ones that are earnings plays are probably the best just because they'll be active all day. Typically, they'll be active all day long. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of all this because give me a moment. You don't have this option, but I do. Okay. I noticed a little bit of slowdown early, but they seem to be okay now. Just do a reset. Okay, go to your account, do a reset connection. They've been pretty good this week, but I'm finding they're okay right now. And of course, it can depend on what server you're on. How slow is slow in seconds? Oh, okay. There's something wrong then. I thought you were going to say like 3 or 4 seconds. There's something going on then. And you've reloaded trade ideas? Because that's crazy slow. You restarted trade ideas. Yeah, I can't help. I can't help that. Another earnings play, according now, GME showing up as a short. Again, I would not take this unless it broke down through 21. I just don't like taking trades unless they break through a whole number when they're close to the whole number. But that is just me. Oh, I didn't. I forgot to. I'll open it now. The problem is that I don't overload my system, but you're right. I forgot to. But let's take a look at it. Sector compare count, load, see what's happening. Yeah, I forgot to. Too bad because I would have liked to have seen this running in the first 15 minutes and get a feel. And you did you run it from 9:30 hands? How much can I shrink this down so it's still well, if you did it right now, then it's always going to start off 50-50. It'll that'll be the default 50-50. I'll have to try to remember to do it tomorrow. In fact, I'll make a note right now on next day's page, tomorrow's page, open heat map. That'll be, well, let's see. Come on, Smart. The big float, so I don't anticipate huge moves here. 126 million in the float, that's fine. 3.5 million have traded, 42 times normal volume. So curve, interesting. Came back. This is an earnings play. Curve is an earnings play. Unfortunately, my single stock window got all jumbled up. I don't know why that's happening with Curve. Low float, 8 million in the float for Curve. Very cheap stock. So Rev G is getting a little bit more exciting here. I mean, if it takes out 14, it's very choppy at the beginning. It is an earnings play. If it takes out 14, then the next level will be that 14.35. But that is that would be awesome if it could even get close to that 16.40. I'm not saying it's going to, of course, but that's kind of what I'm looking at on the Rev G. It has some promise. All right. Okay, guys, there's HCP. Now it has come back down through the initial alert, right? Really broke down through that initial alert. So there was the initial alert for HCP at 25.94, but look what it did. It popped higher. Now it's back down into that level. So, it becomes way more interesting now. Now, the only issue I've got, let me take a look at this weekly chart. Looks like there's a lot of stuff happening right at this current price. Looks like the next low on the weekly chart, if it can get through 25.83, so 25.83 looks like the next kind of lows. And if we can get through that, then 20 26.85. So it's got a little bit of work to get through this level. Okay, Aliyah, guys, Aliyah, wow, it's got a long ways to go. That pre-market high is way up here. It is making a market high. Okay. Aliyah, ALYA, making it the pre-market high is way up here. Did have some news. This is it. Well, it's an earnings play, actually. Well, okay, first of all, okay, so the question, you see MGOL is on the momentum up. It's not, but the AI strategy. Well, first of all, if you're just going to, if all you want to trade is AI strategy, that's fine. But understand that a lot of these will never make it here. Okay. But just because something doesn't make it in here doesn't mean you shouldn't trade it if you like what you see. But if all you want to trade is the I mean, you can't look at this list and think, well, eventually it'll make it up here. Understand that the AI has a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and there may have been a strategy. It's okay. Let me back up. Bunch of strategies get optimized overnight. The ones that make the cut, meaning they have the right win percentage, etc. So not all the strategies make the cut. Of course, there are about 50 strategies. So there could have been a strategy that would have had MGOL. Okay, but maybe it didn't make the cut. As an example, these strategies right here, for whatever reason, MGOL doesn't make the cut. It's not being alerted here because of whatever filters are in place. Okay. That makes sense? Well, I don't know about this SMAR now, guys. I may have to turf it. I'm going to give it a little more time. It's a little more active than I thought it would be with that float. It's basically where I shorted it. So I'm all right. Well, I guess I'm glad I didn't get out of it. Vasco got, oh, this is Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret, this is an all-time low. I believe this is an all-time low now for Victoria's Secret, VSCO, at earnings on the 31st. So a week and a half ago, I guess. This is not quite an all-time low. The all-time low is 1734. You can see right now 0.9% in the overall range, lifetime range. So the lifetime low is actually down here. at 1734. So there is room to that lifetime low. Warner Brothers, WBD. Now let's take a look at this one. This has a little bit of room, 1388. Yeah, I mean 1388 is the next high looking left on the daily. Yeah, I just wish, again, if you listen to me enough, I always want to look left to see where is the next high. So when I look at a stock like this, 1377, the very first thing I look at is where's the next high in the daily. So it's right here. 1370, well, 1374 is there, and then 1388 is there. And so there's stuff, between here and 14 that it's going to have to get through. Consequently, it makes it, something that's not that attractive to me. If all of this weren't here and I were looking left, and maybe the next high was way up here at 1550, I'd be all over this one as an example. Okay. No, I basically only have a 15-minute chart that I look at. And that's not a recommendation to do, that, but I basically just look at well, and then of course my daily and my weekly, because I'm all about where is that next high. And that is for my style of trading, hit the nail on the head. Not everybody's style will be my style, of course. Pretty slow right now, guys. Yesterday was way more active. And what I mean by that is, my alerts were firing off, my sound alerts were firing off. So it is pretty slow, but come on, Smar. Let's go with Samar. SMAR. Keeps teasing me around this level. There's the 200-day moving average. You know what? Rookie mistake. I didn't realize it was at the 200-day. That's a rookie mistake. So right now we're stuck between the 200-day and the VWAP. I would have not have taken this trade right here. I would have waited for the break, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, pretty dead day for me right now, guys. Seriously, I mean, usually I get a lot more alerts in the first 45 minutes. Sound alerts going off, and then it quiets down. But I'm just not getting too much happening. AJ, did you go to support and find out a little bit about your chart delay? No, it's. Is there a time frame that works best for the AI? Nope, nope. I mean, you have a suggested entry, and it doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. It's how you trade. I mean, the question really is, what do you feel comfortable? How do you like to see, the stock on a chart? And I'm very comfortable just looking at a 15-minute chart and then the daily and the weekly. Some will think that's crazy. That you've got to look at a 5, maybe even a 2-minute chart, and that's fine. But this is like time independent. It has nothing to do. Well, Peter, okay, as I said, I made a rookie mistake on the SMAR. For some reason, I didn't glance to see what the 200-day moving average is. So I wouldn't have taken this trade unless it broke down through it. Okay. So because the 200-day moving average can be support. So it's just an area of interest, Peter. Okay. So it's not a matter of, if it absolutely breaks down through this, it's possible that it could keep going lower, but it's sitting right at it right now. So as we say, the jury is still out whether it's going to break it. Now, maybe if it holds and moves higher from it, gets back up to the 70, 80s, that might be a good bounce play. It's not the way I want it to go, but so again, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, they're just areas of interest that you should be aware of. And I say, had I seen that, I wouldn't have taken this trade. I'm okay in it because I'm up. I'm in at 1380 odd or 3980 odd. So I'm okay. But typically, I would not have taken this trade had I seen that 200-day moving average that close. I don't know if it's an IPO or a SPAC that turned. I don't know if it's. I think it's a SPAC that turned into BENF, Vicky, because if you look, it was trading in the pre-market. And as you know, I don't think there's one IPO I've ever seen that starts trading in the pre-market. So I think though I can't see that, I can't see the news on it. A financial technology enabled institution. Yeah, so it's got to be it. It's got to be this Avalon acquisition that turned into BENF. It's got to be. Amazing. Look at the war at that 200-day moving average for SMAR. It's a battle. It's a true battle. And I'm hoping that it crashes through, of course, because I'm short this. All right, battle is starting to win now. Well, maybe. It's pretty whippy for a 126 million in the float. And where is the next low looking left? All right, so the next low looking left looks like around 38.69. It looks like it actually got down 38.53. It got down there this morning into that level this morning. Then good morning in our main room. Good morning. All right, guys. I brand this a winner. This is a winner now for me. I've taken some off just before that whole number. Good birthday, boy. That's a long time ago. Yes, thank you, and a holiday. Yes, yes, Zen in both situations. Now, so Rev G did not take out that level. HCP popped up again. So, I mean, it's not really, I mean, I still have maybe the hope that it'll take through that 25.94 later on. GME, it's just kind of not doing too much really. Earnings play. Maybe I'll stick an alert around 2079, see if it takes out that low down here. Oh boy, big break maybe for SMAR coming through 39. So guys, again, I use this like a watch list, no more, no less. I'll use it like a watch list. No, not all the alerts set up for me. It's a matter of, put price levels. Price levels, put price alerts, I mean, again, stock moves, you get an alert, maybe it moves, and if it was to go long, maybe it moves down immediately. Just set your price alert back up to the alert price and see if it happens later on. Have so few should have so few alerts that it's just not a big deal to do that. Ooh, yeah, look at CVNA. I've been remiss and look, boy, look at these bottoming tails. So I mean, got up to 1951, all the way back down to 1750, got up to what, 1894, back down, drops a dollar. But on the way again, the pre-market high was 2052. So it takes out 20, could have a run. Oh, wow. SMAR is, it's certified winner now, guys, in my opinion. SMAR. See, I'm glad I made the rookie mistake and didn't look at the 200-day moving average. I mean, the next low looking left is 37.05 on the daily chart. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it really has no support on the chart right now until that low. Whoa. Okay. SMTC. Warming up while I've been talking about this for a while now. I am sharing this one. The earnings plays up for the earnings plays down. Okay. I am sharing this one. And it's a little bit different from what I've used in the past in terms of earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. I know I've explained this before, but I think it's a good idea to do it again. Look at SMTC. Okay. Now in the past, I never would have seen this as red. But because what would have to happen is that SMTC would have to be below the close of yesterday for me to see it. But what this is doing, it's instead of the change from the close, it's the change from the open. So in other words, SMTC could still be positive, from yesterday's close, but negative from the open today. And that's why we're seeing this. So long-winded way of saying, if you are, and again, this is, call it advanced necessarily, but maybe not for new traders, but looking for tops, looking for stocks for fades, Stocks that are fading, they're still positive, but they're fading. And these are only earnings plays. So they're going to be pretty active all day long. Curve might be Curve was showing up earlier, even though it was negative. It has just gone positive now. So again, you could look at this and saying, okay, they're not a fade, but maybe a bounce off the lows. And I am sharing that one. All right, well, Carvana now, well, it did. It made a new high at 1026, but it pulled back a little bit. 2049. I'm going to stick an alert there. See if it takes that pre-market high. Toro, guys, TTC. This is I guess it's an earnings play. Well, I know it's an earnings play. Wow, broke down through 100. More expensive stock. Next low looks like it's around 96.76. This is an earnings play. So if you're into the more expensive stocks, you might want to take a look at that one. Covered more of the smart guys. Watching, don't have that much left. Boy, look at that pullback on Carvana, though. Wow. CVNA, look at that pullback. Pretty whippy. 2025. Pull back all the way back down to here. Now, GME is getting a little more interesting to me again. If it's got to see if it can hold underneath 21. Rent. I keep seeing rent. This is an earnings play. Rent is an earnings play. Rent the Runway. Okay, so rent is an earnings play. Ooh, oh, it's a cheap one. I thought that was $23. It's very cheap. Give me a moment, please. This one, guys. Wow, look at NVCR. Ooh, GME, GME, GME. Look at NVCR. Look at it getting trashed again. Look at it. NVCR. Man, What's the volume like? A million shares. It's got absolutely hammered 2 days ago, of course. I didn't see this. I don't know anybody else. I don't know if you guys, anybody posted NVCR in the room, but boy, this is just getting killed again. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 10:30. So just want to put the test drive link in again. You can still take part in this test drive. You'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days. Okay, so let me just show you what the link looks like. When you click on it, you will not get the 2 weeks. The test drive started on Monday. So click on this. So again, you will not get 2 weeks. You'll get the balance of today plus 6 trading days. It goes to the 20th inclusive. That's a Tuesday. Okay. And it'll still cost $11.11. And you sign up, you'll be just like you're a premium subscriber. The only thing you cannot do, but we're eliminating this down the road anyway. There is no auto trading the AI. Um, and there's no auto trading your own strategy. Okay, that's the only thing you can't do as a premium in this test drive. Down the road, I mean, you can always auto trade your own strategy. You know, if you have our premium subscription right now, but the auto trading the AI will be gone. So again, it'll cost $11.11. And when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. In other words, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. And we only do this. Last one we had was October. We used to do it 4 times a year. So I have no idea when the next one is. Okay. So if you think that's some good value to spend $11.11 to get basically 7 days of trading or access to the program, then go for it. If you are a standard subscriber, you can also do it. It'll cost you 11.11. We'll upgrade you to the premium service. And again, when the test drive is over, you'll be downgraded back to your standard service, unless you tell us, no, I love watching the AI. So, which is part of the premium service. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just doing a quick look to see what my thumbnail charts are doing on my other monitor. So after a big pop this morning, a Dr. MA pulled way back, and it looks like it might be, oops, not DRAM, but Dr. MA, DRMA. Looks like it's trying to hold two. They got up to 234. They did have some news. I think it's an acne medicine. Yeah, acne medicine phase 2B. So let me put my homepage link in also. I am anticipating a promotional code, maybe today, but I would say certainly by tomorrow. It'll give you better than the 15% off that you're going to see. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So again, I'm anticipating a promotion code for probably 25% off. Maybe I'll be getting it today, maybe tomorrow. Okay. Now, if you're part of the test drive and you haven't done this already, please do the get started. Okay. If you're just signing up today, your download and install, your first startup and login, and knowing, introduction to scans, what a top list window is and what an alert window is. I mean, you know, that's what Trade Ideas is all about. These three. If you were brand new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, okay? Free course. Stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Big education section is here. So here's our user guide. You know what? We might have a promo code already. Let me just see. Give me a moment, please. Here's our user guide. So there's that getting started again. Now, this alert window, A window, and T window, so a little more in depth about what they're all about. And then stock racing that you see here. Okay. This is the stock racing. If you click on it, you'll see there are 4 videos. It explains what stock racing is all about. How, I'm sharing a couple of races, but you can create your own. So here are 4 videos in great detail about what it is and step by step. The race startup, clickable, race configuration, clickable. Okay, so all everything that you want to know about stock racing is right here. There's that getting started series again. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I will put, there we go. Thank you, Stephanie. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can just give me a moment. Okay, sorry. I have the code now, guys. I'm just they're just telling me what the code is. Join the live support. So again, Steve Gomez, it's Thursday, so he should be in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that though before I take my break, and I will put the YouTube link in. Last on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link and you want my scans, scroll down until you get to the scan section. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So the pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Here is the race that you see, the biggest gainers from the open. My 10-day daily breakout and down. I love these. Okay, so and also this earnings play up versus earnings plays down. This is what this looks like right here. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can take a look at them. You like one of them, you can have it. All right, guys, give me a moment here, okay? Okay, James, if you go to my homepage link, give me a moment and I'll answer your question, Mohammed. How to see what stock is trading most per minute? Well, for instance, here, the momentum up scan right here, okay? The only way a stock makes it here, as an example, is that the volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, as an example. Okay. So that is a filter that you can use. You can create a top list window and sort on this filter. You will see the stocks that are, moving the most in the last minute regarding like for volume. So James, if you click on my homepage link, and when you click on it, you'll be brought to the top, or this is what you'll see, and then scroll down and here are my scans, okay? So just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to get the code, okay? I'm trying to get the code in a format that, just give me one moment. Okay. E. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get the tone, the code in a format that I can give it to you. Oh, guys, give me a moment, okay? I'm sorry. I know I'm on mute, right? Well, I'm not on mute, but I'm just trying to find a way in which I can give you the code. So when you click on it, you'll see the code. Okay, not there. So I'm going to it'll be a two-step process, okay? So when you click on my homepage, okay, when you click on my homepage, give me a moment. This is a good promo, guys. It's better than 25%. Okay, so I've put it in there. It's called Early Bird 30. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, obviously don't use this code, okay? Click on Get Trade Ideas and pick the plan you want. If you don't know enough about the program, you can go monthly. The deal about going monthly is that if you do decide that you want an annual, you can try us out for a month. And if you do it and then within 30 days, you decide, no, I'd like to have an annual. Obviously, the reason to go annual is that on a per month basis, it's cheaper, of course. Okay. But let's just take a look at the standard, or let's take a look at the premium. So if you click purchase, and then you type in early bird 30. Okay. Yeah, so it is working. Yeah, so that'll go down to 159.60. Okay, that's on a monthly basis. If you decided, you wanted to take it on an annual, do the same thing. Okay, early bird 30, and that's a big discount off that, that $1,400. Okay. And of course, the standard would be, say, 1,000 less that 30%, so down to $700. Okay. So again, don't use the Barry 15. Okay. But just you have to click on my homepage first and then put that code in. Okay, since I did all that, what's happening with the SMTC? So Steve, that's the code you can use right now. You won't get a better one than that in terms of a discount. So that is a code you can use right now. I think what happens is that this is like an early bird. So I mean, obviously there would be a code once this test drive is over. But if some of you who are taking the test drive, maybe you're convinced right now that yes, I do want to take the program. And so, that's sort of an early bird, 30% off. More than likely next week it'll be 25. That's all. So if you're pretty convinced that, if you're sitting there and you're in this test drive, and understand, of course, even if you're not in the test drive, but you want to take, you're just in this trading room and you wouldn't mind taking out a subscription, it's open to you too. It's not just for people who are in the test drive. Until when is the code valid? I'm not sure. Let's see if I got an email. Oof. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Run through Sunday, June 11th. Okay, Sunday, June 11th. There was an email that went out. Okay. Well, the YouTube link, there's no point in getting it right now, Zach. I mean, I can give it to you if you're leaving, if that's why you want it. Steve is not there until it's an hour and 10 minutes, not until noon Eastern. Okay. But I can give it to you if the reason why you want the YouTube link is because you're leaving right now. But but don't go over there now. I'm there. I'm in both. I'm in YouTube and in the main room. Just that I do take a break between 12 and 1, and that's when one of the other traders takes over. All right, guys. So I still have a little bit of the SMAR left, not a lot. I did take the GME short. I'm a little underwater on it right now. Okay. I did take the GME short. So I'm just waiting to see if it can at least hold underneath 21. If not, I'll turf it. And DBI, yeah, DBI, let's see, 821 was the alert from my 10-day daily breakout. And it has some room if I can get through 853. It's got a shot to the 9 level. And this is an earnings play. DBI is an earnings play. All right. So again, 2083 on a BLBD. This is not an earnings play though. They don't all have to be earnings plays, but the thing is, when it's an earnings play from the AI, you know they're going to be active most of the day. You know, so that's all. What I'll do on this one though, BLBD, is I'll stick an alert way down here, 2046. Why? Because if it can take that out, look left, it's got a lot of room to 1863. So that's what I'll do on that one. Come on, GME, just take me out of the trade or drop down below 21 again. So let's take a look at some of the other ones here. So the Rev G is still, hanging around, hanging around. I have an alert set around 1414 or so. If it takes it out later on in the day, that might get going. It is an earnings play. So I do anticipate that it'll be active all day. Acon, I'm not interested in. Even if it gets back up to that level, too choppy in my for me right now. CXM, let's take a look at CXM. Yeah, I mean, again, if it gets back down, I have an alert set at 1385. If it takes it out later on, it could it could generate a nice short. How can I get the hang of this? Well, Max, first of all, are you new to trading? Are you new to trading? Nope. Okay. What sort of experience do you have? Are you experienced mainly swing trading or day trading or combination? Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, Trade Ideas, I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas because that's what it does. It can generate ideas for you. So, for instance, we've got this, what we call our AI. It generates ideas automatically for you. How you trade them will be up to you. That's one aspect of it. But of course, you can create your own scans. I am sharing a lot of my scans, and here, if you click on new from our and then click on doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So there are a lot of scans that we've created in here. So for instance, here is a momentum scan. So The concept is this, is that when any one of my scans or any scan that you see here in our toolbar, if you right click and click on configure and then summary, you'll see what the scan is looking for. Now, I like to always say there are many screeners out there, a lot of different screeners out there, but we are a real-time scanner. So what that means is this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if a stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day, 300,000 shares, etc. This is the momentum. Okay, this gives it the momentum. The stock, the volume, the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. All these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. Okay, that's an example of a scan that I have. Okay, now that's if you're a momentum type trader, this might be a scan that you might like. Okay, but you can build your own scans, of course. If I click on search, you'll see here, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. Now, for somebody who's new, don't get overwhelmed. I'm not just talking to you, Max, but don't get overwhelmed by how many real-time alerts we got. And it starts off with a new high and new low, probably the two most popular real-time alerts. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And then if you scroll down, when you see these filters or these icons, these are the filters that we've got. And so why we have so many is that with all the different trading styles out there and the thousands of customers we have, we had to create enough. When I say we, I wasn't around when the company started over 20 years ago, but when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to create or learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Now, in those days, that's all they could do. We didn't have pre-built scans or anything. Okay, but now, of course, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There's a lot of scans in this toolbar. So if you say you've been trading for a while, well, one of the scans that I've got, or one of the scans that are in the toolbar in the channel, that might appeal to you. And the best thing to do is to load one. Are you part of this test drive? Okay, so you can take, for instance, if I let's see, give me my homepage link is right here. And the other thing I should have said, I mean, what people get very hung up on how many alerts and how many filters we've got and think, how am I possibly going to learn this program? Well, the quick and easy answer is you don't have to learn all the filters and alerts. I mean, we have a lot because again, lots of different trading styles, but it's a matter of, okay, I am this sort of a trader. Maybe you're a volume type trader, want to see big volume pushes. Well, we've got that sort of a filter, with this volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. To see what we do have, you can click on, for instance, volume. If you just type in volume in the search, you'll see all the different either volume alerts that we've got or volume filters that we've got, things like that. Again, I would not get overwhelmed by how many we've got. And again, sometimes you probably going to be a lot of customers that never create a scan from scratch. They can take either my scans or the scans from the toolbar, from the channel bar, and you can kind of massage them. For instance, if you look at this scan right here and you like this scan, but maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you think, well, I don't like that price range. Well, you can change it. And maybe you like between 10 and 100, or maybe you want a different minimum volume, things like that. So you can kind of take the templates that we've got and then more customize them to your style of trading. So I am sharing. If you go to my homepage, you'll see that when you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought up here. And if you scroll down, you'll see the scans that I am sharing. Okay. So for instance, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, kind of sets the tone for me for the day. And I'll explain races a little bit more, but this is an example of a race. Okay. 10-day daily breakdown, probably my two favorite scans. So, but you can take a look at them. You can take a look at them, and when you load it, then just right click and click on configure, and you'll see the filters I'm using, and you'll see, what is it looking for. So you question in our YouTube room, any scans for options? So I've got something called option plays. Okay. Now understand that we don't scan for, okay, guys, I'm out of the GME. Just want to, yeah, I'm out of the GME. Took a small loss on that one. I'll wait again to see if it breaks down through 21. So we don't scan for options, but that's the tease. But okay. So if I right click on an alert window and I click on configure, now I do the search. Now I'm going to search. I'm going to type in options. Okay. So again, we do have option filters. So we have some fairly obvious ones. So we've got the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay. Option volume today. That's the option volume today. Puts and calls together. Puts and calls broken up today. This is the key one, the option volume today percent. So how you would use this, and in that option scan that I'm sharing from my homepage, let's just say, for instance, a stock normally over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts. If you use this option volume today filter, then I'll put 300 in here. So that's a percent ratio of 3. So if you use that as an example, and that stock that is traded over the last 10 days on average, 5,000 contracts, you would not see that stock unless it traded 15,000 three times. Okay, 15,000 contracts a day. So in other words, it's alerting you to abnormal option activity for a stock. Now, does that help you trade the options? That's up to you. I know we have people who trade options that say, well, okay, at least it really shows me the stocks that I should probably be following today regarding options. But it's not scanning for options if that makes sense. Okay, Mohammed, does that make sense? Again, this is just showing stocks having, abnormal activity, and it's probably going to have abnormal volume too. But again, if you want to see stocks having abnormal option activity, then we do have those filters. Now, let me explain the racing just a bit here. What you're seeing here. So this is called the biggest gainers from the open. Okay, now let me show you how this race starts or where it comes from. I'm going to open the top list. So all races start off from a top list window. Now I'm sharing this race and one other one. Okay. So how is this? Why is the stock here? Well, as long as it is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it will be in this list of stocks. Okay. Number one. Now, before we had this racing concept, the way a top list was used, for instance, if you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today, as long as you have it as a column header in this top list, and that C percent is the change from the close. So if I left click on it, double left click on it, you'll see that MGRX is up 31% from yesterday's close. CVNA 24%, etc. Okay. These are all the stocks that, of course, meet those other filter requirements, the right price range, minimum volume, etc. Okay. I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening print today, its opening trade. That O%, 0% or open percent, that's what that is. So long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So right now I can see that curve is up 16% in a list, so that's leading. Great. But how do you use that to trade? Okay. Because what happens if, ion Q right down here, it's up 6.9%. But what if all of a sudden it started to move? Now it's 8%, 10%, 12%. Pretty tough to really, see something like that. Okay. And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. All right. And you can customize. And by the way, you can customize, of course, you can create your own top list window with your criteria. This is just my criteria. You can, of course, create your own top list window with your criteria, a different price range, minimum volume, maybe ad filters, things like that. And the race is always launched from the top list, launch at real-time stock race. So what is happening? So I run 4-minute races. Now somebody asks, well, why four? When we originated the race concept many months ago, I just picked four minutes. You can go 5 minutes, you can go 10 minutes. It's up to you. I just picked 4 minutes. Maybe four is maybe my favorite number. Okay, and I just left it there. So what happens is when the race starts, the stock that is moving the most since the race start percentage wise, you'll see it at the top. Okay. Now the MGRX has moved the most. It's only 0.85%. So it's not like it's a big move. But as the race proceeds, you'll see stocks maybe moving up the leaderboard. The leader right now may move down. You may see some stock go all of a sudden at 5, 10%, really racing higher. Okay. So that's a great way to take a look. You don't have to wait for the stock to be at the top. If you see something that's moving right now, you can click on it and just see, well, what's happening? What's happening with this BMEA? This isn't bad, guys. Lifetime high. It's a lifetime high. Okay. But what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is created for you. A watch list is created for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. MGRX is in the top position because it won 5 races today. So how would you use that to trade? Well, MGRX right now, and it doesn't have to be at the high of the day to be winning a race, of course. So you might look at this one and go, wow, okay, it's pulled back. If you're more of a pullback player, maybe you look at this and go, okay, it's pulled back. Maybe if it's pulled back to a level that you like, maybe you take the trade. If you're a VWAP player, you look at that VWAP at 215. Maybe you think, well, if it takes out the VWAP, maybe I take that trade. You can put a price alert around that level. Okay, that's why I'm saying it does require some trading experience. And what I do is just, click through these various stocks that have won races and just see how they're setting up. So the good thing about it is it gets you to focus just on a few stocks for the day. You could take this list and maybe this list, and that's all you focus on. So instead of having to create all sorts of different scans and try to get overwhelmed by alert after alert after alert, especially if you're new to trading, this can give you some really good focus. So changing the race time, I mean, again, you should go to. I mean, I can show you, but it's everything's in the guide. Okay, I don't expect anybody to remember everything I've said, so that's why we've got this great guide. Just give me a moment. So again, when you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this. Let me get rid of my scans here. You'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the edge, click here, and then click on the user guide. Okay, and all about racing is right here, the TI stock races. When you click on it, you'll see there are 4 videos, stock race setup. Okay, you'll see all these. You see 4 videos, and these are all race startup clickable, race configuration clickable. Okay, so just briefly though, It's always good to have a reference. I mean, again, I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm saying all day long. So let me just copy this race. I don't want to, so I'm just going to duplicate it into a free floating window. So if you took my race and you click on that square right there, and then it'll turn red, and then you right click and show race setup. And here's how you can adjust, the minutes to run. What is the race based on? I like it on the change from the open, like the change, the ones that have moved the most percentage wise since the race started. Okay, that's what I like. But you can choose different ways. If you want to see the stocks that are moving the most volume wise, things like that. I mean, it's all sorts of things you can do. You can start the race. I have auto start at 9:30, which is Eastern time, of course, when the market opens. But you can start it anytime you want. Auto rerun. Most people probably would always choose that because when a race is over, you want the next one to start rather than having to manually do it. So this is, but this is again, all customizable. And that's why you should go to the guide and it'll explain all of it. But there is the minutes to run. Okay. And the other race I'm sharing from my homepage it's similar, but it's large cap stocks. So typically you will not see stocks that are, moving 5 or 10%, because what I added to the top list window is a minimum market cap of 500 million dollars, so half a billion, and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So you will not see stocks that are moving as rapidly, but if you're new to trading, it's probably better, a little bit better, because these can be very volatile. And real is, yeah, well, RLX as we call them. Well, not today we're calling them RLX, but yeah, you have to have a trading plan. Okay, is your trading plan? Are you a momentum trader? Are you somebody who can only trade in the first hour, or somebody who can only trade, in the afternoon? Are you somebody, do you have a certain price range you like to trade? Maybe a minimum volume that you like to trade? Maybe you want to specialize just in earnings plays. There's all sorts of different trading styles out there. And then once you sort of identify, and when you're new to trading, I get it. You don't know what your trading style will be. So that's why we have a simulator that you can practice trading. So you can practice different trading styles. And I would, you know, you hear me say it all the time. Before you commit money, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice in our simulator or at least a simulator. If you don't want to use ours, that's fine. But this is a real-time simulator and it's part of our standard service. So, you click on an alert and the symbol will show up, pick how many shares you want to trade, and practice trading until you can make money in a simulator. Forget about trying to make money, attached to your live account. Nobody wants to hear that. I understand. You want to, you get all excited. You take trade ideas. You think this is the be all and the end all. We are a fabulous scanner, but you have to have some trading experience. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 11:15. So in about 45 minutes, Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Excuse me. I'm just going to confirm that though. And again, before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. Excuse me. And this room is like this. Monday to Friday between, I'm going to call it 9 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. This is not specially set up for the test drive, okay? This is like this all the time. Well, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in this room. So the question is, how do you filter a top list for only the OTC market? So if you be it an alert window or a top list window, if you right click and click on configure and then go to exchanges, you'll see right here, here is the OTC, the pinks and various OTCs. Okay. So you just uncheck these and just check these. Okay. Okay. So Greg, you should just be able to, now you should be just have to click on the sim. Okay. Underneath Brokerage Plus, there are two options. One says live, one says sim. When you click on sim, it should turn to simulator. Let me know if that works. So this is what you're probably seeing. You're seeing not connected, right? And then if you click on sim, it should immediately change the simulator. Now, if it doesn't, if it says account, then click on the account and then this little pop-up will appear. But in the newer builds, the minute you click on sim, it should change, it should turn to simulator. Let me know if that worked. Did that work, Greg? Hmm. I'm not on mute, so Greg, can you hear me? Hmm. Okay, great. Now you're in the simulator. Now, if you click on any symbol, the symbol should show up. This is a if you click on that blank box, that's the share box. You can pick from this list, or of course you can create your or you can put in whatever amount you want. And then you've got the bid and ask right there. If it's a tight spread, then you can go in at the market. You know, right here in this particular one, GME, it's a tight spread. Or you pick a limit order, pick a price you want to get in at. The trick here is, and I hate it, but you first have to you click on buy and then you have to click on send. Okay. Now, if you don't see the send, you know, it depends. You know, it depends how big the window is when you load it. So you just have to stretch it out until you see the send. Okay. So kind of a blah day for the, I mean, the SMAR worked quite nicely for me. The GME, I got out very small loss because the minute I got over 21, I was just in it under 21. The minute I got over 21, I basically took it out. This one though worked out pretty well for me though. The SMAR got in around 39.81, took some out just over the 39 level, and then got down to 38.53. And then as it was approaching 38.39 again, covered some more, and I'm out completely. So that worked out pretty nicely. And the answer is yeah. So it will be Steve in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I take my break. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything happening that is, take a look at some of these races now. So there's MRNS leading a race. Let's see what it's doing. So this looks like, wow, it looks like this is a high, of course. This has been on a roll over the last few days from 7 to 850. And let's look left and see what is the next high. It's got a little bit of room, 874 or so. 872 is the next high looking left. That's 20 cents away. It's too close for me. You know, I'd rather the next high was way up here. Let's see, any news on this one? So these guys, JMP Securities, putting a $18 price target on them. Take a look at Dawn. You know, this is the one that had a lot of huge price targets put on it. DAWN. It's kind of languishing here right now. I think it did a financing yesterday, but there's some big price targets put on this one. DAWN ranging from 35 to 50. Again, doesn't mean it's going to happen, but finally something in the running up. So Arcel, ooh, Arcel, RCEL guys. How much volume? 480,000. Not a huge float. All right, this is interesting, guys. To me, anyway. Arcel, way above the VWAP. Looking left, I don't see. I have to go to a weekly chart to see where the next highs are. Boy, this has got, looks like it's got a lot of room. You have to go back to, you got to go back to November of 2021 to see next highs like that for RCEL, Vita. I know some of you guys slash Shady are following Unity. I don't know if you got stopped out on your swing. I think you told me it was your swing. You might have got stopped out because I think you were saying 34.53, but that was pre-market. So I don't know if you, no, so you may have got stopped out in your swing because I think you said your stop was 34.53, which was the low of 2 days ago. Anyway, Unity is moving again. Again, you have to, if you were around a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, of course, this was the Apple day where Apple unveiled that new product they've got, and Unity is helping them. So they had a big run for Unity that day. Okay, good. You're still in the swing then, into the swing of things. Yes, here is the news for thank you. Just looking it up now. And Avita Medical, that's the RCEL, gains as FDA expands label for RECELL system, whatever that is, as a treatment. Boy, there are a lot of weird things happening out there, people, right? Full thickness skin defects. No idea what that is, but obviously there's something called full thickness skin defects. Wow. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on Dr. MA. I mean, things have really slowed down for me here. I'm not getting too many new alerts, but Dr. MA, there's the VWAP 205. So if you're kind of a VWAP player and you think, okay, if it takes out the VWAP with any oomph, maybe gets up to that 208 level. Remember, it got up to 233, 234. This is it's at 9:15, so that is pre-market. Might have some legs. It's a super low float, super low float. Let me check another website to check to see what they've got as a float for Dr. MA. So they've got 2.88 million. Okay, so our provider has half a million, but it's still a low float. It is a low float, and don't ask me why. I mean, if you go to 10 different websites, you could get 10 different float information on a lot of stocks, especially these cheap ones that probably have done many reverse splits in the past. By the way, guys, I am sharing my layout. I should mention that. So I am sharing this layout right here. Now, the only thing that can't be shared, not because I don't want to, but when I give you the link, this doesn't share. You have to load it yourself. Okay, this Brokerage Plus window. Okay. And if you're using our web-based version, you won't get the races. But if you want my layout, you can have it. Well, surfing will always get halted the minute that you click on an alert, Drora. Okay, surfing is so I don't go over surfing very much, but surfing is just sort of an idea and sort of kick back and let the system load automatically charts for you. And what it does is it goes through any top list window that you have open. It'll go through the AI. Like, look at GME. Okay, next it'll go to CXM. See how it loaded CXM. Now it'll move off this one. It'll go to if you have a price alerts window, it'll look at the top three as you have them sorted. And then it'll just continue. So now it's gone to something else. And you know where it's going? It's going here. So there's cert. The next one to load will be TNDM. Okay, there's TNDM. The next one will be TSLS. Oh, I jumped to, yeah, this is the issue. Now that our top list window is actually refreshed more than 30 seconds, but the minute you click, well, first of all, if you want to, excuse me, take a look at the symbol for longer, because I think it's on a 7-second cycle, maybe a 5-second cycle. So it'll look at the chart for 5 seconds, then move on to the next one. But if you want to examine it a lot further, just go to the chart and it'll pause the surfing. Okay. And when you move off the chart, the surfing will resume. Now, the minute you click on a symbol, it stops the surfing also. So that's probably what's happened. Now, when you say it's your chart is taking forever, how long is forever? Somebody, JJ, are you back? Because somebody said they're having problems with the charts awful. Also, it's taking like 20 seconds or something to load. Certainly not, that's not my issue. I can't fix that. Okay. You'd have to go to our tech and have them look to see what's going on because I have no control over that. But obviously, you see my charts are loading very quickly. So how long are the charts taking, Drora? Now the other thing is, you can try when you go to your account and click on reset connection. That can help. So when you reloaded your layout, Leanne, did that solve it? And I do apologize. I mean, that's a pain to have to do that, but did that solve it? Okay. Okay, how to create well, okay, when you say just give me a moment, I'm trying to answer another question here. Just joined today, started watching. Well, when you say how this works, I mean, you're in a trade. I mean, trade. First of all, did you take a look at least, did you take a look at this? When you say how this works, it's a pretty general question. Okay. But first of all, if you're talking about trade ideas in general, okay, I hope that if you click on my homepage link, I hope that at least you did this. Okay. The getting started. Okay, because that will, assuming you've downloaded and installed and now maybe you've got a toolbar, but you should at least know what a top list window is, what an alert window is, and important introduction to scanning. I mean, that's the whole basis behind trade ideas. We're a real-time scanner. Now, when you say how does this work, are you talking about the trading room, or are you just talking about, because I mean, trade ideas, you can develop your own scans. I'm sharing many of my scans. Many scans are here. If you click on docked channel bar, new, and then dock channel bar, we've got all these theme-based channels. So, how does it work is it's a pretty general question. Again, I'm sharing my scans. You can create your own scans, and the program is called Trade Ideas. It's not, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade right off the bat. You have to have some trading experience. So when you click on an alert, the first thing I do is I look at the chart. Do I like what I see? But that requires some trading experience. How do you create a stop on the chart in a simulated trade? Okay, so this is I mean, there's a way in which you can use the buy and sell button, but really, if I wanted to trade SMAR right now, okay, SMAR, okay, so let's take 100 shares, and the bid ask, it's not that bad, so I'm going to click buy and send. Now, of course, before I would take a trade, I always know where my stop is. Okay, so let's say I knew that my stop was going to be 39.44. So I right click, add the stop order, and 39.44. Then you'll see right on the chart, you'll see a red line. Hopefully you see on my 15-minute chart, you'll see a red line, so that if SMAR went back down to 39.44, it would take me out for a $63 loss. Okay, that is one way to do it. So first of all, does that make sense? Okay. Now, clicking on the buy button and having a stop automatically created for you. I mean, there's a way to do that too. It's a little more involved. Do you care? You don't need, okay. Because personally, if I'm going to take a trade, I always know where my stop is before I take the trade. So, this is how I would do it. I would take the trade and then I would add my stop, and then it's right on the chart. Now I can always move my stop. Let's say the trade starts really working well. Of course, I can take that and I can start moving it up. Now I moved it right up to the price and it took me out of the trade. Okay. I did that on purpose just to show. But if a trade is really working well, you can just keep moving that line up to different levels. Yeah, that's because I'm in a development version, Greg. Okay, which has a lot more options. Okay. Okay, so HH. So I think what's happened, I don't think, I'm pretty sure I know what's happened. So when you load, when you load the AI strategy window, and this is what I would do, okay? If you don't have my layout, but you just want to have this window, and this is the window I recommend you watch. Don't overcomplicate it by going to the dock channel bar, going to the AI. You get all this stuff. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but my way of thinking, this is all you really have to be watching. Okay. Now, why are you only seeing? Let me get to back here. Why you're not seeing everything? The reason is that the default now is this, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. See where it says filter? What's happened is that you're only seeing the profitable trades. So you uncheck that. I like to see them all because, they can set up all day long. I use it like a watch list. Okay. So for instance, Acon, I want to know about it because maybe it comes back to 142 later on. Okay. Maybe something that has really not worked well, but maybe it sets up in a different way for me. So I do want to see them all, even if they're not profitable. But that's more than likely what's happened. That profitable trades has been checked. So if you go to the filter section, just uncheck it if you want to see all the trades. Okay, HH, did that work? I'm talking to somebody in their YouTube room. Yeah, so just uncheck it. Just uncheck it, and then you'll see them all. Okay. Just uncheck it. The default now, I guess, when you load this is this. That's why people are not seeing all the trades. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve will be in our YouTube room for sure. He has confirmed that. Well, yesterday definitely was a better day for the AI. We had about three huge winners, big percentage moves. Not so much today. I only took two trades from the AI so far. The SMAR short, which worked out very well, and the GME short, which I had a small loss on. JJ, are you back in the room? Because you had a big problem with the charts earlier. I'm just wondering if it has been solved for you. Leanne said she had to reload trade ideas or the what'd she say? Her layout several times. Just switch to the annual plan, Pete. Great. Taking advantage of that nice 30% off. Yeah, before I leave, let me see if that promo code is now in a different format that I can show you guys. Hmm. Okay, guys, I still don't have a better way to show it. So this is what I'm going to have to do. So if you want 30% off right now, and you don't have to be part of the test drive, this is anybody who's listening. If you have a standard subscription, you want to upgrade to well, I don't want to call upgrade. If you just want to take an annual, you have a monthly subscription right now, and you want to take on an annual, you can do so. So let me, first of all, my homepage link. Oh, there's CVNA taking out the pre-market high. I believe CVNA just popped up on my price alerts. And there's, I'm sure this is running up, running up, running up. Yes, this is my sound alert from and my momentum up scan. And that it says, keep saying running up, running up, running up, and that is CVNA. Okay, so there's the promo code. Okay, I just put in early bird 30. So when you click up, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use that promo code. You click on my homepage link, and instead of course, this Barry 15 for 15% off, use early bird 30, all in caps. Okay, and you'll get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you don't know still if you want trade ideas, but you want it, you can still you can try us out for a month. Okay, you can go on the monthly, and if you want standard or premium, you'll get 30% off. And then if within 30 days you decide you do want an annual after having used it for 30 days, we'll honor the 30% off for the annual. And obviously the benefit for taking out an annual is your per month cost is lower, because the 30% off on a monthly is only good for the first month. Okay. But you've got to make sure. I would not take out an annual unless you know you want the program. But that's a heck of a deal. 30% off the premium. That'll get you down to about $1,400. Standard will get you down to about $700 a year. And of course, the big difference, premium and standard, is this right there. So if you think you want to watch the AI, every day, as a watch list, as a watch list, then you take out a premium subscription. So Greg, I think you had a question. I don't know. I haven't looked at it for so long. You mean this one? Well, it will. It just shows the last one, I think. I think. No, no. Okay. So what is showing here? See, I think it just complicates things. Okay. I wouldn't even bother with it. It's possible. I'm surprised that the last trade is not here. These are the strategies that made the cut today. Okay, downward dog, downward momentum, breakout long, etc. Okay, these are the ones that made the cut today. These are the so from these strategies have generated these alerts. Usually you'd see the last alert, but that's what it means. Okay, but just forget about using it. Okay, let me just see if I see if that is a column that can be added. But yeah, you see the last symbol, that it would be another column, but I would just forget about it. Okay. What happens here is that downward dog produce GME, and now if downward dog produces another alert from it, then you would see it here. GME would be it would take GMA out and would put another one in. So it's showing the last alert, from these scans. But I would just forget about it. Just use this, uncomplicate it. Okay. Promo code only covers the first year subscription. Thank you. Yes. Yes. All right, guys, 11:51. So which filter would help me find stocks which open negative, opens below previous day's close, and then recovers? Well, maybe a simple way to do it, okay, as we do have it may not be, it's not maybe exactly what you're looking for, but it's pretty close, okay? The question in our YouTube room. So if you right click configure on an alert window and then click on search and then click on cross. Yeah, cross, not cross. Start typing in cross, okay? So here is crossed above the close, okay? Crossed above the close. So that'll show you a stock that now has crossed above yesterday's close. And this is shows you cross below yesterday's close as an example. Okay. That's probably a very quick and easy way. Okay. So again, and that's a real that's an alert. Okay. I would try that. Yep, it's possible to load my scans into the web-based version. The only issue is this, you will not get the race. Okay, you will not get the race, and you'll have to load just like others, you'll have to load. Is Brokerage Plus available on the web? I don't think it is it? It's not available on the web, I don't believe. This is how I don't use the web-based version at all. I'm almost 100% sure it isn't. Yeah, so Brokerage Plus, so you won't get Brokerage Plus and you won't get the race. Okay, you'll get the other scans. So any other scan that you see on my homepage, you can load. Yes. So if you don't care, but you will not have Brokerage Plus and you will not have any races. Cannot create any alerts on crossing of EMAs. We do not have, believe it or not, we don't have EMAs. You can put EMAs on your chart, but we don't have scans or alerts that show crossing of EMAs. We do have scans crossing of SMAs, but not EMAs. Okay, guys, let me get my announcement in before I forget because I know Steve is going to show up pretty soon. Like around 1 p.m. ET. So the SMA crosses that we have are things now, some of the SMAs are fairly close, I guess, to an EMA, but so, the 5-period SMA crossing above the 8-period SMA on a 1-minute chart, all these. Okay, so if you type in cross, you'll see the crosses that we've got for SMAs. Meanwhile, CVNA just keeps rolling along, guys. Where's the next high looking left? Let's take a look at this weekly chart. So there's a high. Well, that's way above that high. Let's take a look here. 27. I don't know what this one is. This one looks like about 2382. That might be the next high. That might be the next high looking left on a weekly chart. Just trying to eyeball it here. Looks like that could be it. 2382-ish or so. This is back in October of last year. Quite the recovery for CVNA, guys. And the reason for this big pop happened in the pre-market. The reason for it is that they've basically put out guidance. Oops. Carvana releases improved Q2 2023 financial outlook ahead of an industry conference. So that is the reason for this big pop for Carvana. Now there are shares available, Mr. Real. I'm sure you know that. We were looking earlier if we could short Carvana, and at Interactive Brokers, there weren't shorts available. Guess what? There's now 269,000 as shorts are scrambling to cover, I guess. So now there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Hey guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. I'll be live in the YouTube room still, but so I'm putting myself on mute now. We'll see you guys in about an hour in the main room. There he is, Mr. Steve Gomez himself. He has just popped into the YouTube room.
You are so quick.
I am quick. In fact, I just forgot one thing. Let me get
What's
back
that?
live in the other room. Okay, guys, I forgot to put the YouTube link in. Steve is there right now.
Mhm.
Here is the link. You can head over and listen to Steve for his probably not an hour, 50 minutes, right? You want to get out a little earlier?
It helps. Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
That
Okay,
always
I'm
helps.
muting myself now in the main room. All right, Steve, there you are. So I will show up at certainly by 10
Great.
to.
Sounds good.
Okay,
How's
and
having a good morning over there? I haven't even really seen.
not bad. The AI hasn't been as good as yesterday. I was able
Mhm.
to take an SMAR short fairly early, and it worked out okay. But as I keep trying to explain to people, it's a watch list, and you can trade around it,
Yep.
see if things set up. Just because it doesn't work right off the bat,
Yeah.
not even getting stopped out, but it's just not working right off the bat.
Yeah.
It could set up later on in the day, set some price alerts and things like that. Yesterday was a stellar day. We had 3
Yeah.
that were up 15, 20%, some of them. So, but not every day is going to be like that.
Well, the GameStop call is interesting, but it's not really developing. It's for me, it's bleeding
No.
through that momentum SMA that I like to use. So it's being stubborn if you're a shorty on that one.
Very stubborn. I actually did take a little short on it, and I got stopped out for a little loss when it broke underneath 21. But the SMAR worked out quite well, actually. The SMAR worked out quite well. Got in just under 40, and it rode down to 38 something. So not bad. Just not a lot of continuation. That's all.
Yeah. All right, well, you going to go do your carpet Zen garden?
Vacuuming, yes. And vacuuming Thursday.
Vacuuming
Okay.
Thursday. All right, I'll see you when you come back.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, hello, everybody. Welcome to the live. Excuse me. Get a drink of water. Live support session. This is primarily for users. Barry's room, they do a lot of trading. Barry's not always able to hit every single question, but this is the moment of the day that we really advertise to bring people in to ask questions. And what a better time to do that than the test drive. So this is day 4 of the 2-week test drive. And yeah, let's get started. So I see a question from Fao. Can we find an automated scan for trend line break? We don't necessarily have trend line filters or trend line scans. What I would do is, for me, Val, let me see if I can find a good example. Well, let's do that. Let's bring up Carvana. So even though Carvana doesn't have a trend line, wow, look at that. I wish I was in that. You know why I wish I was in that? Because it's been staring at me in the face for days on my short squeeze scan here, right? Just staring me. Short float 57%. I looked at it yesterday, didn't really do anything about it. It's on my watch list. I'm constantly watching Carvana. But the point being is that there's no way we can really do a trend line scan file. But what I use is the 10 SMA on the daily, and I use the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart here. So what we can do is find out, something that's up on the day. If it breaks that 10 SMA midday, we can scan for that. On the daily chart, if it were to break the 10 SMA on a daily candle, we can scan for that. So, it's kind of the same concept, just a little different workaround because, trend line is kind of really subjective. It's hard to get the math just right on that. So what you could do if you're looking automated scan for trend line break. So if you're thinking trend line break and you're thinking, you want to go short, you could find create a scan. Hang on a second. That was weird. You can create a scan that is up trending higher, either on the time frame of the intraday, the 15-minute chart, or the daily. So in other words, it's come into today with some strength, but it's making, say, like a new 15-minute low or a new 30-minute low or a new 5-minute low, if you want, that is underneath one of these key moving averages. I can show you how to do that. We can circle back to that, but let's get some other questions here. Are there any Market Explorer scans that are more popular than others? I'll get to your question. Is there a way to back test for longer than 60-ish days? No, there's not. 3 calendar months, 64 trading days is about as long as our database holds right now. That could change in the future, but right now that has always been the case. So for Kevin, Market Explorer. So let's go into the Market Explorer. Yeah, there's a couple that I do like, and I'll even show you the anchored VWAP too, which has basically been turned on. It's a supplementary, as we call it, an add-on subscription, I mean to say, but it's been enabled for everybody during test drive. So we've got some strategies. Let's look at my daily chart there. All right, so we're going to look at that Carvana chart. Some of the ones that I like are the pattern recognition, of course, is okay. That's interesting. So we could look at bull flags, and then you could take the scan here, and let's see. I don't see a. Well, you can sort basically by ATR. You can sort by any of these things that you want. CMG. So That's not necessarily a bull flag. That's kind of a bull flag there, that LRCX. Look at that, how it's holding that 10-day moving average, as I was just talking about. So LRCX is a semiconductor company, and it's just holding that 10 SMA. You don't want to be this guy up here or girl buying that after a 3-day bounce. You want to be the person who recognizes there's strength in this thing, but the timing of the jump rope is important. There's your entry, and here's your entry, waiting for the pullback to rest on that 10 SMA. So when I go through scans like this, I'm looking for, individual patterns. Same kind of thing with ASML, a little bit more sloppy on the 10 SMA, but for the most part, we're looking to buy things on pullbacks, and this bull flag is giving us consolidation and giving us pullbacks. So let's go back to this IT for a second. So I'd look at this and I'd say, well, that's kind of interesting. Maybe what I'll do here is I'll just pop a price alert at the new highs. And so I'm just giving myself an opportunity to participate. If this congestion all of a sudden breaks out here on the daily chart, step one, using the Market Explorer, finding some interesting bull flags. Step two, setting your price alert so you turn it into a literal alert that will tell you in real time, it just broke through. Do you want to log in and trade it? So that's a good scan strategy. I also like some of the gap scans, gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. Well, you can imagine the 10 SMA, this was one that I kind of requested. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here. So we have a gap. All of these charts are going to have a gap at some point in like the 30-day, 40-day history. But the operative word is it's pulling back to the 10 SMA. That's a darn good looking chart, quite actually. This is the kind of stuff I would look for. So uptrending, pull back to the 10 SMA. We're trying to get people not to chase things. This was also today. So there's our gap. The pullback to the 10 SMA happened on the open this morning. Knox, there's our gap back here many weeks ago, pull back to the 10 SMA. So that's my other favorite. Okay, Kevin, those are some good ones. But let's go on to the anchored VWAP. And the anchored VWAP from IPO, I think, is a good one. Yeah, there's no way to modify it, Kevin. That's actually the beauty of it. It's for people who there's two types of users, Kevin. The people who want to drive the race car and configure everything themselves, which they can do, but it gets pretty in depth with custom formulas and your own configurations. Or what we've done here is the other type of user is just like, well, I don't want to configure it. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but can you just curate and give me some good ideas, and I'll take it from there. And that's what we're doing with the Market Explorer. So it's not configurable. It's standalone, hard-coded. So all of these here are pullbacks. I know I mentioned this one earlier in a video I did. NASS is an IPO. All right, and this purple line is been around for a while, but this purple line is still relating to day one of trading IPO for NAS, and the anchored VWAP, we're sitting right on it. You can see how the price is literally trying to lean on that for support. So that's interesting. This is kind of a shady chart, but still it's above the purple line, which the purple line is being drawn for us. And again, this is the anchored VWAP from IPO price. This is an interesting looking chart. You might not want to lose sight of this one. It looks pretty crazy though, but it is holding above. Maybe I'll pop in here and I'll put a price alert in there. And if it does decide to do something crazy, I'll pull it up, but I'll just put that price alert right about there. There we go. From yesterday's high. So again, you guys see I'm going through a workflow here. Look for ideas, participate in the ideas. You can set a price alert for either pullbacks or breakouts. But once the test drive is over, so this PRST has actually reclaimed its anchored VWAP from the IPO. This purple line here, pretty solid. It's just been taken out here. So that's interesting. There's no one right chart that says you need to buy every time you see this. It's guys, it's just a matter of slowly adapting and watching and learning and imprinting and seeing what works and what doesn't work. And that's where, of course, the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus simulator comes into play. If you're not using the simulator and you're a new trader, you should be. If you see an idea, something that you like, look at that Carvana. I mean, I'm not even trading this. It's a sim trade, but Yeah, that would have been nice. I bought it back here, and I've been holding on to it as a simulated swing trade. Too bad it's not a real one. But the point is, I'm learning from it, or I would be learning from it if I was a new trader. I've already got my way of trading and what I like to look at. So you've got to consider using the Brokerage Plus simulator to try and tie all the stuff together. Of course, we've got the races. I try to remind people, you can have your watch list all you want, but an hour and a half into the day on this type of race showing where all the strong momentum movers are, you're going to get constant winners. So as we go through this list, this ALYA has won 15 time segments. For whatever reason it has, so it's won a lot of times. So, but the point is, it's giving us ideas to look at here. There's Carvana. Okay, if I had seen Carvana and I was looking for a day trade right there, that might have been interesting. Pulled back and bounced off that 10 SMA, but boy, it really is extended on the daily too. But the point is, guys, there's 9,000, 10,000 stocks out there. Which ones are you going to focus on if you're a new trader? And we're trying to help, focus your attention on where the action is, because that's really where you want to start. Find the action and simulate it. It's that simple. There's no way to come in and just turn on the machine and then go to your other job or go play golf and then expect to make money trading. It's an effort. Yeah, let's check that out. I don't even know what the news is on Carvana, but it's something. So what we do is we type in Carvana, we go to the news tab. We're basically scraping the news from Google News, Guru Fundamental Report. Oh, so they got a, did they get a, let's just see here. So here's a story on their web traffic. Oh. Oh, okay. So there it is. Revise the guidance. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that'll move a stock, is when they officially revise their guidance upwards 24%. That will do it. So yeah, there you go. All right. HH, how can I open relative strength from open window? Relative strength from the open. Where did we see that? Did we see that somewhere? Relative strength from the open. Is that a channel bar? Let's see. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about my race. So this is, I'll show you, and I will share it with you. All races are derived from what we call top list. So this is what we had for years, but we're trying to get away from the gritty spreadsheet, field look of numbers. How would you know if Verve was all of a sudden moving up this board if we were looking for, good performers? We wouldn't really know. So we took it to the next level to give visual representation of how those stocks are doing relative to their peers inside of that scan. And that's what the race is doing. So let's do this. We'll right click, open top list. So we're going to take a look. Yeah, I'll get to that, Patrick. So this is the top list of the race, and we're scanning for prices between 2 and 100. Volume today, 250,000 shares. 15 5-minute volume has to be doing at least something. But this is the operative filter right here. An 80% minimum stretch of the Bollinger Band position in a 15-minute chart. There's many ways to find momentum. This is just one of them. And this is what we're using to find the action. So they will have periods of spurts throughout the day where they stretch those Bollinger Bands, and they're going to show up on the races. So what I'm going to do for you guys is that is available to you. You just right click on the race and you show top list, but I'm going to share the actual race itself. And it should be coded to where you get this top 10 finishing list over here on the right, which again is your daily automated watch list. So there is relative strength race for whoever wants it. Now, if somebody's asking me, what do I do with that code? Well, right click on that code with your mouse and select copy link address. Once you've copied that link address, why am I seeing Barry's screen? Hang on one second, guys. I know I'm not supposed to be. I know you're seeing my screen, aren't you? Let me refresh this YouTube. Yeah, so, it was weird. I was looking at the YouTube feed and it was something old. Just making sure you're seeing what I'm seeing, everybody. Okay, got the strength race, good. Let's back up a little bit. Patrick, yeah, let's talk about gold, Patrick. I am not, I mean, I could easily be upset this morning because I had a shitload of AG yesterday, and I also had a bunch of AGQ. Now, when I came in this morning, I saw that the gold had ripped up, gapped up, but I want to show you something, and I will never, ever, ever kick myself for doing this. All right, I talk a lot about how at the end of the day, I tend my garden, my swing trading garden. Yesterday, silver had all the intentions of breaking out and moving higher, but look at what it did. It gave us this horrible topping tail wick right there. So at the end of the day, I looked at this rejection and I said, that is a awful, awful rejection. I'm not sticking around for overnight risk in a commodity and wake up to a gap down here tomorrow. Well, wouldn't you know it, the way this market is, it's just as goofy as ever. They gapped it up. So you just kind of throw out all prior, scenarios. And I did the best I could. I basically went home and said, I can sleep tonight. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and kick myself for saying, why did you not get out of the stuff at the close yesterday, Steve, when it was showing a tremendous reversal and a close on lows? So I'm not going to kick myself for getting out. I'm not in any silver stocks right now. AG got me as well. Basically flatted them both. I had a good entry down here. This participated on this day, but they just never could get going. And AG is just off its highs again as well. So to your point, yeah, BlackRock, basically, I've come to the conclusion, decides what's happening in our markets. It doesn't matter if it's a stock or if it's silver, if they're trying to keep the price of the dollar high, the value of the dollar high, whatever. There's some mysterious forces going on out there, and I'm not going to kick myself for something like that. But all I did was try to manage risk at the close yesterday, and the trading gods are spitting on me. All right. I think we have caught up. Oh, I'm sorry. I see another question. You scary. I'm having difficulty figuring out what's actually open or what my profit loss is. I have open trades in strategy window that I didn't trade proper. I'm dealing only with AI. So, I mean, if you're in the Brokerage Plus and you're having trouble, so there are open and closed. Open, closed. You can have them show you whatever you want. Are you talking about the screen over here? Because what we have is, in this case, in my example, today it's up 3,500, but in total, these positions over the last few days are all up combined 6,000, and this is just a simulator. So that's where your profit and loss is going to be. It's going to show over here, if that's your question. I didn't trade. You have open trades in strategy that you didn't trade. So if there's trades that are popping up on your screen, there's one of two things that are happening. If the AI, if they're enabled, I don't even know if that's enabled for the test drive. Somebody's going to have to let me know that. The sim trading. attached to the AI. I know there's no live trading during the test drive. That's just too complicated with live money. But we're trying to get people to just practice. My position window seems fine. It's the strategy, not auto traded. I can't trade from the strategy window either. Okay, so the strategy window. The strategies have to be turned on or off. Yeah, so we're in the strategy window. There's nothing that you really do in here other than enable. I can highlight those and enable them or turn them off. And also, we can create and edit our trading strategies. And we can also discern which one we want to be our chart buy button. So right here, my buy button in the chart is the buy $10,000. If I right click, see it says default chart long strategy. So one of these longs and one of these shorts can only be one. You can check box and have that be your buy buttons up top. For the trades that you have done, let's see. So go back to positions. For the trades that you've done, I would say use the closed ones. You can highlight only the closed ones if that's what you're talking about. I guess I'm still not sure what the question is that you're. Okay, so if I disable those, will the AI still suggest? The AI will suggest, so there's two different things going on here. So here's your brokerage plus, this is the simulator, but we also have the AI strategy window, okay? I'll show you how to get to this. Right there. Just go to new AI strategy window, trades. And what this will do is this will show you all of the trades that are coming out. You're not necessarily attaching this to this. Now you could turn around and you could say, hey, you know what? I like this call here on this particular trade on the AI. I'm going to go ahead and we've got that. I've clicked it. It's in there. As you can see, Rev G is loaded. I could go ahead and just start simulating a 400 buy share. I could just do it at market and say, yeah, go ahead and buy me 500 shares at market. And there we go. And we're simulating. Okay, so if you click on a stock and you do, if you're talking about trade from the menu here, okay, you have to set these up ahead of time. So all of these that you see in my menu, trade, are strategies that I have. And this one right here, buy using $10,000 limit, also happens to be the same one that I've assigned to that buy button. So what you'll need to do is you need to create strategies of trading strategies if that's what you haven't done yet, and then you should be able to assign that. Also, make sure that you're connected. Brokerage Plus Trade Ideas connected. Yeah, the strat window, there's nothing to do in there other than configure the risk management that you want to buy and sell and use, and to turn on or off, and that's it. So once you're going to want to stay on the positions window. Positions window is where you want to hang out. And let's say, you know, you're trading along here in Carvana. Maybe I want to take some more off. I think I did this last week. Oh, look at that. Look at that. If this was real money, I'd be buying lunch. But I'll take half off again. I'll click that button and another half is being sold. There we go. We just took another half off using a simple one-click hot button. Okay, hopefully I'm helping. Yeah, there's definitely no auto trading for the test drive. It's too complicated. I'll just leave it at that. Tony, all my buys and sells are really slow. I just saw you do a trade that was immediate. Mine is taking seconds. Is it a limit order or a market order that you've created in your strategy? So when we go to strategies, edit, edit trading strategy, order details. So I am using a limit order in that particular case. I'm not sure, there are times too, I will say this, Tony, there are times when I feel like the orders are a bit slow too. And I almost feel like that could be just simulating, real world. If it's a limit order, you're not always getting a real price. What I just did there a second ago was a market order. Let's try that again. So if I go into F5 here, random stock, and I want to buy 100 shares of F5, I click the buy button, I'm set to market, sending the order, preparing order, bought. So that was about 2 seconds. My first question would be are you using a market order or a limit order? If you're using a limit order, the simulator will probably simulate that time it takes. You're using both, I see, okay. Even your market orders are slow. Are you on the latest beta, Tony, or I'm not sure, just to make sure that you're on our latest version? Yeah, so the AI window will still show you the suggestions with it disabled because these are two separate entities right here. These are all the AI trades, and this is our simulator, the Brokerage Plus. Okay, so if you're not on the most current, let me get you a link for that because it may help. Hold on one second. Okay, if you don't have it, the latest download is on that link. But what you need to do is scroll down to the bottom and get the beta version, not the production version, but the beta version has the most updated stuff. Does Norton Utilities slow it down? It's possible that could be the case, Tony. I guess the only thing you could do is either disable it or whitelist trade ideas and see if that helps. It's possible. I don't know the answer. And if you want further information on that, you could send an email to info@trade-ideas and we can maybe investigate it, or there might be some known documentation on that. So if the new version doesn't work for you and you still feel like you're getting very slow executions in the simulator, send that in. And we'll also take a look maybe at your log files and see if there's something blocking it. All right. I think we're caught up on questions. Anybody here for the test drive that's just been waiting for their moment to bounce in and ask a question? This is your time. All right. So personally, I'm only in two things. I'm in this lunatic stock, CXAI. AI has been kind of a hot, what the heck, come on. It's been a hot sector. And when we look at the daily chart, well, first off, when I'm playing with fire here, you can see CXAI is the top of my short list. It is the most shorted thing I'm keeping an eye on. Apparently, the jury's out whether it's a 1.7 million float or an 8 million float. There's conflicting data out there across the board. Whether it's 92% short or 80, I don't know, but it's a high number regardless. So what we've got here is a small company with a low float and a lot of shorts. And all it might take is just one day of AI excitement where the AI stocks just start ripping. By the way, let's look at the grandfather of the sector, which is AI. And as you can see, how about that? It's just climbing and snaking its way up. My trend line of the 10 SMA. So still trending higher, still in trust me, we've seen a lot of people asking lately. You know, AI is becoming in the vernacular left and right. Everybody's talking about it. So I'm in CXAI as a swing trade. It really, it's got a pretty wide ATR. It swings around a lot on me, but if it goes, it should be nice. And I sold the silver stocks I was in yesterday. There's only one other stock I have right now. I'm pretty much in cash, and that's BEAT. I've talked about this one a few times. This is a story stock. I was in it way back here, and then I like to say, does the chart confirm the story? Well, back here I was exciting, but once it broke, the chart no longer confirmed the story. Waited, and now all of a sudden, they got a patent, they got some licenses, they got volume, they've broken above their downtrending 50. They're now trading above their rising moving averages, and that's a strong pattern. So I'm just basically in for the long haul on this one. So everything else is in cash. The reason is I saw the fear and greed index yesterday. We are in extreme greed zone, and when the market is extremely greedy, you got to be careful. That's when it can fake you out and turn on you. Oh yeah, INOQ, also a good one. It used the 20-day SMA there as a backstop, Patrick. Sometimes I'll see it break that momentum 10, but I call the 20 in red, I call that the backstop for perfectly obvious reasons here. So INOQ, another AI stock, holding up nicely. I'll take it. The trade of the week I am not in for whatever reason. Sometimes that happens. Test drive has been a very busy week. But ARKK, ARK, again, does the chart confirm the story? This was the major concept on the article I wrote this weekend. Everybody's been talking about ARKK, trying to pick a bottom back here forever. And there's really no reason to get excited about something until it technically turns the corner. And you can see it technically broke above last week, a weekly candle above. We're currently working on a higher weekly candle now. Trade is live. It's in the money barely. But this is the kind of slow moving bottoming process that, you know, you can look back on and go, why didn't I see that? You know, it's kind of an inverse head and shoulders down there. We've broken through that 50-week moving average that was such trouble in the past. So that's why I like ARK, but I'm not in it. Don't ask why. I don't always have a reason. I was in rum, but I'm getting tired of it. And I've seen a lot of stocks lately do this to me where I'm looking back here thinking, all right, let's get some consolidation and let's break through. And you're like, okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, we're back in the game. When are we going to break through? How long is this going to take? You know, so it just keeps inching out on the tree branch, and I get kind of, I don't know, I lose interest if it can't gather itself and push higher quickly. Because in the past, at least the market action lately, the ones that I stay in too long and they're in consolidation for too long, they're rolling over and they weren't working for me. So, you know, will the chart confirm the story? Well, if we can get above this blue line here at 1030 and close above it with some volume, well, then maybe it'll be back in play. Do you use compare count window for confluence of trade? Do you use anything for added market confirmation? You know, I will look occasionally at the I don't use any screen real estate to take up for the compare count window, but Jamie QuantBot here, he's QuantBot on Twitter. He just kind of has a ritual. At 15 minutes after the open, he will tweet out a compare count window of all the big caps. And I'll quickly take a look at that and see, you know, is it primarily red or primarily green? But sometimes, you know, that can reverse an hour and a half after the open. But that's to the probably the most extent that I would use the compare count window in my methods. And do I use anything for added market confirmation? I use the sectors, so I always am aware of what's strong. So we talked about semiconductors earlier today. I set in a couple of alerts on them. Well, they are the strongest of the day. So I think it's always important. Oh, wow, look at that. That is a beautiful chart, you guys. Look at that. Beautiful move up, consolidation right there at the 10 SMA. So again, this is a very solid sector. A case could be made that the price, should be moving higher off this. Maybe it'll take another day or so, but to answer your question, in the back of my mind, yeah, I'm using the sector analysis to know what's strong and what's weak. And if I'm trying to fight something that's a weak sector, I need to know that. Okay, good. You were there for him yesterday. So basically the answer he gave you is to the extent in which I use those windows. Tacos. I just kind of let Jamie tweet it out and I just glance at it and gives me an imprint of what the day is starting off at. Is there any way to create a watch list and trade ideas? Great question, JP. And yes, I can help with the sector link. So two kind of similar things. Notice you guys over here on this chart of the cues, I've got the heart enabled. Well, what that does is it throws it into the my liked symbols. So this is a coded, right? This is a coded scan, and I'm just going to share it. I think I should be able to scare it. It's got a custom symbol list, so the links aren't going to come through, but in reality, I'll show you why you want to use it. This becomes your watch list. So this is my go-to watch list. Everything on here is on here for a reason. If I don't want to monitor anything anymore, like ASO, I don't really care about ASO anymore. Let's turn it off. Disable the heart. The stock symbol will drop off here automatically. So that's the beauty of it. It's constantly being added to and subtracted throughout the day. And I'm constantly looking at these stocks. Obviously, Carvana has been in my wheelhouse. I'm not in it, but it's been on my watch list. IONQ has been on my watch list. Doesn't mean I'm in it, but I'm watching these things. And if I want to add something to it, you just click that heart. So that will take care of you, JP. Use that, load that scan, save it, and then all you do is activate it with your chart hearts. Now, HH is the chart the only way to add to the likes list? No, you can also, well, the heart is. Otherwise, you'd have to go. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. I don't know why you'd want to do it any other way. We just have all these corners cut for you. Otherwise, you'd have to go into tools, symbol list, my liked, and remove it or add it from there. And you don't want to do that. Okay, so the watch list is a two-pronged deal here, okay? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share the shell, which again, it's going to remind me here when that was in those red letters, it uses a symbol list. So the symbol list is not going to transfer over. Only the shell of the watch list, top list. So, and I'll tell you why you want to use this. The reason I'm giving you the shell is because it's sorted in a particular way. It's sorted based on the change from the open. That's what's most interesting to me, is what is strong from the open, not from the close, but from the open. Now from here, there's a couple things we can do. What happens is if I try to share these symbols, I'm going to go ahead and do it, but they're going to come through as one big string. They're not separated, which makes it kind of hard. So there's no real easy way to share my list, and you'll see what I'm talking about here. These are the ETFs that I've got in there, 28 ETFs, and I can easily just grab those and copy. But when they come through, I don't believe, oh, actually they are going to come through with spaces. Nope, no, they're not. They loaded, yeah, they load it up nicely, but then they shoot, that just doesn't work. Let's do this instead. Why don't you let's do this. I wonder if I can drop an image in there. Hang on, let's see. I don't think I can. No, images won't pop in there. Well, why don't you freeze frame on that? Grab a screenshot. That's probably your best bet, because trying to decipher that gibberish that I just dropped in the chat, it didn't format correctly. There should be spaces in there, but those are the symbols you're going to want. So ideally, that screenshot you've got here will give you that. And what you have to do is just create a new list. This is where I'm going to help you tie it all together. So once you've created the new list, you enter those stock symbols into that list and you name that list. In this case, it's called ETF. So once you've created that list, we've got to tie together the sector scan with that symbol list. And the way in which you do that is just you go to configure. That's a good point. I could try that, Patrick. I'll try that next. Go to configure, and we're going to tie in the symbol list. So you go to the symbol list tab, and you're not going to see it over here yet. You have to go to add, find the list that you created, ETF, personal, and then you checkbox it, and all of a sudden, those symbols are the only thing that will show up in this scan. I don't even have Excel. I would use Google spreadsheets, and I'm pretty lame at that. But, there's no reason you can't go in and find all the ETFs that you want to look at and then just add those to your own, to your own list. There's probably some things in there that I don't have that you might want to have. Never know. All right, I'll be with you guys for a little while longer. Does anybody else have anything they're having problems with or something they need to understand better? Let's see how my CXAI is doing. Ugh. It's just kind of hanging. What I'm hoping for is this 10 SMA will come into play here pretty soon and kick the ball back into play. We'll see what happens. Hello, Leanne. Okay, yeah. How do you have an anchored view app to your chart? So, again, we have the A view app channel, which if you didn't see quickly, I'll show you. All test drivers have access. We would do a new docked channel bar and anchored view app. We have a whole idea page for you. Now, these are being drawn automatically. Your question is, how can I draw them on my own? So once you've seen that, let's go to what I do is I use a clean chart with not a lot of moving averages. And I will say, okay, here's my CXAI. Let me just check in here. I'm going to grab, there's my drawing tool, and you'll notice the submenu right there. Matter of fact, I am not even on the browser interface, and I should be slapped for not doing that. So the browser interface would be as follows. You guys saw how I did that. I'm switching back and forth between our two different charts. The anchor is right there on this particular one. Let me grab that. Oh, wait a second here. My charts are kind of wigging out. That's why, for some reason, when I turn my HTML charts on, they like to do this, and I'm not sure why. I should have never done that. I'm going to turn that off. Okay. Back to the old interface. Anchored VWAP is this guy right there. There we go. I'm going to grab this day and I'm going to notice that, oh, interesting. So from this day forward, everybody that's been participating in CXAI, we are still above that anchored VWAP. And that makes me happy because I'm long. But it also makes me realize that I have risk down here to the $10 level. Very well, could do that. But the good news is it's at least above it. We can draw another one right there. We'll go and grab the anchor and go from the bottom of this move. And we can see we've got ourselves a little anchored VWAP pinch here, it looks like. So we're below that one, but we're above the one from back here. We can even pop another one in there if we want. But this is the same concept, whether you're using the same one right there, giving us the resistance. So there's a range of anchored VWAP here in CXAI, but regardless if you're using the HTML charts or these old legacy charts, the process is the same. You click the anchor, then you drop onto the candle. Have I tried many different strategies that I settle on moving averages? Yeah, that's why I like the 10. I've just the 10, 20, and the 50 on the daily. The 10 is my momentum. As long as it's riding that 10, the stock is in daily momentum. That one we looked at a minute ago hit the backstop. I forgot what the symbol was, but that's the 20. So when the momentum breaks, the 20 is there behind it. And if the 20 can't hold it as a backstop, then look out below. The 50 is what I refer to as the general health of the stock. Any stock that's below its 50-day moving average, I'm really not interested in more than usual, unless there's a reason for buying a downtrend. But stocks that are considered healthy will be above their 50. But you start getting, into areas of more sloppiness down there at the 50 and the 200. The 10 and the 20 are where all the momentum are. And I use those on the daily. But on the intraday, I've just used the 10. And I also have this blue line here, which is, I'm happy to explain, is a 5-day moving average on a 15-minute candle perspective. So the way in which you get a 5-day moving average, not 5 15-minute candles, but 5 days, but view it on a 15-minute chart, is you kind of hack the system a little bit. You use the indicators and you take the SMA and you use 130. 130 divides perfectly 15-minute candles, 130 15-minute candles into 5 days. And so you get a very nice smoothed out look on the 15-minute chart using the 5-day. So hopefully that answered the questions. Looks like Barry's having some audio issues. Jiggle the cord, Barry. Any plans for a Mac version? So John, we decided years ago not to develop and support a Mac version because what's coming is an HTML version that's being developed right now. We moved over to Amazon Web Services from a physical data center. And now that we're on Amazon Web Services, we're developing out an HTML5 platform that will be cross-platform, mobile, Mac, internet, everything. So we recognize that certain users have had limitations by not having the application download version, which is a bummer. But rather than just shift to a full Mac platform and supporting that and developing it does double the costs, we're moving to an HTML5 platform, which will be using technology to basically solve that issue for cross-platform anywhere you go. Like I said, we'll have mobile. You'll be able to watch races on mobile, alerts, push notifications, all that good stuff. So we're kind of in limbo right now. It was a decision that was made, hopefully this year.
Oh,
John.
Mr. Gomez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? You cannot hear me. I hear you. Barry.
Steve?
Barry.
You can hear me. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
I can't hear you. I have
Yep.
sound coming in everything else, but I cannot hear you.
Yep. Yep. Well,
Let me check the other room, okay? Guys, can you hear me in the main room? Can I just need a yes? Hopefully you're here. I have a yes. Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, good.
and they can hear
Okay,
you in the
Steve, for
YouTube
some
room.
reason I cannot hear you, but that's okay. They can hear me in the other room, and they obviously can hear me in YouTube, so you can leave now if you want. I just can't talk to you.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, Barry. Sounds good. Good luck.
Yeah, I just can't hear you, Steve. Okay,
Okay.
so for some reason. Okay,
Yeah. Bye.
thanks, Steve. So you guys can hear me in YouTube. You can hear me in the main room. There's some audio issues for some reason. And let me get everything up and running again. Okay, I'm back, guys. So back from the break. Okay, so look at CXM now. Well, look at CXM now, guys. So it is breaking down again, and the low today looks like it's around 13. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is the start of the descent again. Good spread, 1376, 1377. And I'm talking about CXM from the AI here. All right, let's see what happens. All right, I do have sound. Yeah, Theo, thanks. Yeah, I could hear, I just couldn't hear him. But I have music going. I've got my sound alerts going, so I can hear, but I just couldn't hear him from YouTube. So anyway, he's gone now. So as long as you guys can hear me. And I do have the promo code in a better way, perhaps. I'm gonna hope this works. This is the early bird promo code. Yes, it works. Okay. So there's the early bird promo code, guys. So you don't have to go to my homepage. It's a little bit easier. You want to get 30% off. So this is what happens when you click on it. Click on that early bird promo code, and here you go. Okay, let me see what's happening here. What happened to Carvana? Did it have the big move down? Let's see, 23.56 all the way back down to 21.82. So that's about a $2 drop. Tough to time it though, of course. I mean, it's really tough to time it. That's why if you're new to trading, really difficult to try to play these tops or even bounces. Very, very difficult. Meanwhile, DBI, yeah, no kidding, DBI just showing up. This is sort of like what was the one yesterday that kept running and running and running, got over $5 or it pulled back? Well, I don't know. This is not an earnings play either. CXM is not an earnings play. Sprinkler trading after the company reported. No, wait a minute. When was this released? On the 6th. So that was on the 6th. So okay. So it was an earnings play on the 6th. And it did. Give me to my daily chart. Okay, so that was the reaction. And then, yesterday, bit of a sell-off, and today it continues to a certain extent. But I guess it did have positive earnings or a positive reaction to earnings on its earnings day, which was the 6th. I know it's the 5th post-market, but typically the reaction really is the next day. Oh, sorry. Forgot to share the screen. Sorry about that. Thank you for pointing that out. Here you go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Doodle Dum. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on this RSAL. I mean, it hasn't been, unbelievable, but there it did show up when I was on my break at 17:30 from the 10-day daily breakout. It got up to 1747. I mean, not a huge move, but let's see if it holds 17 and then moves back up. Beyond Meat, check Beyond Meat, okay? BYND. I know you guys have been talking about it, haven't had a chance to look at it. Beyond Meat. Wow. Whoa. All I see is lawsuits galore against them. All these excuse me, all these lawyers with class action lawsuits. So what's the news, guys? What's the news about Beyond Meat? Anything significant? McDonald's has put them all back in. Well, I'm not having great luck so far with the CXM. I'm going to just make sure it doesn't go over 14. What was the alert again? So it's a little bit above that alert price. So far, I'm a little underwater on this one, on this short that I've taken for CXM. Only once, Hall, when they first came out. Didn't quite like it. I like there's the other one that I actually didn't mind. Simple Meats or something like that. I didn't find that too bad, but since then, nope. Impossible. Thank you. Impossible somethings. Uh-oh. EXPI. Yeah, it's moved a little bit. I did see this one from my 10-day daily breakout, XPI, EXPI. Alert was at 1934. This is what I'm talking about at 9:41 Eastern Time, 1934. It's moved a little bit. Looks like there's a ton of room. I don't see any news on this one. Got to be probably something. Ah, I see what the news is. So set to join the S&P Small Cap 600. That is the news for EXPI, effective in June 14th. So quite a ways from now. Wait a minute, not that far. We're in June already, aren't we? Man, what time's going by. So next week they'll be in the S&P Small Cap 600. That is EXPI. So that's given the stock a little boost. Were you guys talking about CERT today or was that yesterday? I can't remember anymore. Anyway, CERT, big down day yesterday. It looks like they have earnings after hours today. We have it May 8th post market. So I don't know what happened yesterday. Was it an early earnings? Okay, that was that when the guy was on some radio show or going over what was happening with the company? Because what happened, I can't remember what happened here. CERT, I mean, going from 22 down to 18 something, and further continuing down through the 200-day moving average. Well, definitely not as interesting a day for me as it was yesterday, but we'll see what happens until see if that's well, the CXM is starting to move down a little bit again. Check the float on that one. CXM, what is the float? 77 million, so not a huge float. Had earnings earlier on the 5th. So the reaction was on the 6th. We're the 8th now. So, well, that's right. So that had that nice reaction, but bit of a sell off now. Bit of a sell off. And CXM, okay, underneath the VWAP. Okay, so I guess that's good. It's underneath the VWAP. 1391 is the VWAP. Let's see if we can maintain being under the VWAP. Playboy, PLBY. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Actually had a had a bad few days here. May 10th post market, so they release earnings on the 10th. Now, this is a company that can that be right? They're going to release on Saturday? Oh, May. I'm sorry, guys. I'm thinking May. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're in June. Get my head straight here. Well, for you Sophie players, SOFI, not a bad day today. Take a look on the weekly chart, SOFI. Take a look on the weekly chart. And what do we see? The next high looking left, 824. So pretty close to that high. 824 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Sophie, SOFI. Rio mentioned IGT in the pre-market. Yeah, had a little pop here. This is not an earnings play. This is almost a lifetime high. IGT, almost a lifetime high. Sort of a nice move after that pullback from 30 to 31.43. Let's take a look. Looks like the lifetime high is back here in November of 21. Looks like it's around 32.63. So close to a lifetime high for IGT. PTI has won 7 races. Let's see what it's doing right now. So it's a real cheap one. Come on, weekly chart. Come on. Yeah, just not interested. The next high looking left isn't that far away. Very choppy looking trader also. Just not interested. Okay, guys, today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I will do my video now, get that out of the way. What time is it now? 1:09. Maybe in a couple of minutes I'll do it. I just have to keep an eye on this CXM. I might be taking myself out of that trade. It's now at the VWAP. It's a little bit above the VWAP. I just want to, like I'm in at 1386, 1384. So I'm a little underwater right now on it. It's not dynamic enough. I'm almost thinking that, unless something is an earnings play or has some really specific news. I mean, I know it was an earnings play 2 days ago, but it was a positive one. I may just, I may just not take a look at those sort of trades from the AI because, the enthusiasm is just, completely dried up. Vroom, VRM, little pop. But again, you look left and Stitch Fix. Let's take a look from YouTube room, Doodle Dum. Take a look at Stitch Fix. Well, yeah, for me, it just looks like there's too much going on between here and $5 to me. Well, EXPI is at least making a few new highs right now. Trend is up, coming into that view into the. Oh, that's on the weekly chart. Okay, I think I'm going to say that's the 200-day moving average, but that's impossible because it's down here. So again, being added to the S&P Small Cap 600 next week. All right, guys, it's let's see, 112. So I'll do my video now. Okay, muting myself now. All right, everybody, I'm back. So you only have one monitor, I'm assuming, Nathaniel, or Nathaniel, sorry. Um, is there something within Microsoft that you can do that, like Windows that like I don't know. I know that's been a question that's been asked before, and I think I don't know if I don't know if you can do it. If Pepe is in the room, he will know. Okay, how to prevent the app automatically opening up over other apps in my computer. Yeah, I know. But if Pepe is in the room, he'll be able to answer. Otherwise, I'll have to send you to our tech support. There may be some kind of a hack to do it, but I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to force it to not do that. I don't know. We have other people in this room that are maybe technically astute who might be able to help also. I'm gonna copy your question here. I'm going to put it in art support, and I'm going to see if there's a gentleman who's pretty good well, very good technically. See if there's a if he has any idea. Well, no, I'll tell you what. Then you better send an email then, okay? Because I'm going to direct you to the homepage. You can ask that question, okay? Just give me a moment. I'll get the homepage link. It won't take long. Okay? Well, but you should ask the question, okay? You'll get an answer faster than I will. Just click on the homepage link. Hopefully, you're still here. And when you see the question and answer pop up, click on the question and answer. Ask, and give them your. You can give them your email, but ask the question and just see what sort of response you get. Okay. Well, this is turning into just sort of oh, there's a soda, SDA doing its thing. Let's take a, oh, it's already pulled back quite a bit. SDA pulled back quite a bit. For me, anyway, this is about the slowest day I've seen in the things that I follow. Okay. I'm not saying there's nothing moving, but in the stuff that I follow, it's about the slowest day that I've seen in a while for me. But one thing I learned a long time ago is well, two things. Don't trade out of boredom, but also don't exit something out of boredom. So, the CXM, I mean, it's boring right now. I'm in at 1382, I think. Yeah, 1382, just underneath this. I don't want to see it go up too much more. But, you never know later in the day. And only because it's got the room down to about 1350 today. And then to yesterday's low, or 3 days ago, the low was 13. So, but it's not fabulous, even if it got down to those levels. But well, guys, I'm getting bored. Maybe you guys should ask me some questions. Okay, earnings play coming back. Maybe if it goes positive, that might give us something. Take a look at VRNT, guys. So VRNT released earnings after hours. The first reaction was very positive. Actually got up a little over 40. Okay. And then, but the market opened, and I mean, this got over 40 after hours. This morning, it got down to 35. So almost a $5 difference. Is trying to come back. If it goes positive, it may try to move more. That's all. I mean, what I'm gonna do is stick an alert 12 cents away. Let's see. So say around 37.75. That would mean it's positive, and maybe, who knows, maybe it can keep moving. So, Leanne, I don't really use the anchored VWAP. I mean, in the 15-minute chart, I certainly not in the daily and the weekly, because I'm not a swing trader more. If I were going to do that, though, I would look at our channel, because it's automatically drawn, and Michael has sort of figured out where it should be drawn on the daily and the weekly. As far as the 15-minute goes, if I were using it, I would probably put it down here. Probably should be starting to use it a little bit more, especially on days that were kind of slow. But I'd probably put it, if I were using it right now for VRNT, I'd probably put it at the low right there as an example. Maybe at the lows of the day. Can TI scan for stochastic divergence? The only way, well, that's one reason why I'm not getting alerts. I had it my second part. Let's take a look at the Market Explorer, okay? And so we've got RSI divergence. If there's anything about stochastics. Yeah, it doesn't look like Michael's created anything for stochastics. And if you click and just take a look at what we've got for stochastic, I mean, this is it. Okay, so My guess is this is not, showing you any sort of divergence. These are just crosses. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Wow. I just sneezed. My voice is gone. Just give me a moment. Mm, look at it. Look at EXPI now on that news. This would have been a very nice one, from here early on. Ah, look at RCEL guys now. RCEL coming back. RCEL coming back. No, well, I shouldn't say. I mean, you can use the Anchored View app any way you want, but I'm, in the channel bar though, those I would say they're designed more for swings, and there's not an intraday drawn one yet. Okay. How do you add RSI to either the chart or stock details window? Okay, pretty simple. RSI is just, I mean, it's just, so what you see here, these are just filters. Okay. So if I wanted to add the RSI here, I right click configure. Okay. Now I can do a search. I'll type in RSI. So here are the RSIs we have. You pick the one you want to add. So if I want the 2-minute RSI, then I would say show column. If I want the 5-minute, show column. I don't know if you can do them all at once. I guess you can. You can, to control, just keep your finger down on the control key pressed down, and then you can highlight them. But typically, you probably just want one. But it's just a matter of doing a search. So again, I'll do it again. I didn't do it too quickly. So in your single stock window, just right click, configure, and then do your search on whatever you want. I mean, you're talking about RSI, but so here are your choices. Highlight it and then show the column. Okay. Now to the chart. This is just an indicator. This is just a one of the indicators. So you'd right click on the chart indicator, and I'm sure we've got RSI. There's RSI. Okay. Then you pick, you can pick the period you want. You can pick where you want it to go. So if you want it in a new chart area, like the volume is here, or you can pick, or you can have it in the chart itself. Oh, you were looking for it spelled out. Okay. So again, getting back to, is the Anchored View app only good for swing trades? I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, certainly an intraday Anchored View app would be helpful if you're, want to trade intraday. But most of these, let's take a look at the Anchored View app from our channel bar, Anchored View app. I mean, to me, these are more designed. So the pinch daily. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't intraday trade this, but to me, these are more swing trades or ideas for swing trades. Okay. And the other ones are, I don't think. Take a look at urban. I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say these are more designed for swing trades. Doesn't mean you can't intraday trade them, I suppose, but I think what I'm waiting for is for Michael, and I don't really know what's taking so long, but to have an intraday, like a five. I think I've asked for a 15 and 30-minute intraday anchored VWAP that is automatically drawn. But of course, you can draw. Let's take a look at our cell just for fun. You've got your little tool there, the little, where's the anchor? Well, if I wanted to say draw it from here, sort of a low down here. Okay, so you can see there's the anchored VWAP drawn from right here at 1642, which is the 1045 candle, kind of taking a low down here, maybe an area of support. So you draw the anchored VWAP, and so far, so if you believe that the anchored VWAP can provide some support, then here's how you can use it intraday. You take the trade here at 1728 and maybe put your stop at whatever that is, around 1712. As an example, I'm not saying to do that, but the VWAP itself is 1661, okay? The VWAP itself is actually down here. So when you do an anchored VWAP, there it is up here. And in order to draw this, you have to click on that little pencil, side by side, the pencil, and then the little anchor shows up. Now, I think that the problem is that this will not remain, and that's why the other one will be nicer, because the lines remain. I think if I leave and come back, well, let's click on another. Yeah, I see it's gone. So you can do one of two things. I mean, depending how many charts you have within Trade Ideas, you can create little thumbnails. But it obviously way better if once I draw it and then come back to it, leave it and come back, it is still there. Let's take a look at Carvana just for fun. Now this would be a tough one, but maybe the bottom of all these little bottoming tails, maybe, or maybe that one right there. So let's just see what happens, Okay, so you can see right there, if you draw it from there, it's right at that anchored VWAP. It's maybe hard to see, but it's a little purple line on my chart, on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys, our cell's starting to move a little bit here. Our cell, RCEL. Well, not that it's sort of consolidating, but Carvana. Yeah, that's what I thought. CVNA. And I said that before you posted it. Okay. Hey guys, you know what? I took myself out of the CXM, covered it for a little loss. So the only way I look at it again is if it yeah, it would have to get down to probably even into the 70s. It's just not a big mover. Now, you know what else is interesting? There's HCP. Now, this has been another one that has been really kind of slow, but it's the only one that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. but it's been doing nothing, but maybe now it's an earnings play. Maybe now, let's see. And looking left, well, the low today was way down here, 25.26. That was on that candle. So actually, I mean, the HCP worked quickly from here, but I just don't like taking these trades in the first 15 minutes. But it did go from 25.81 down to 25.17. So maybe, just maybe, this will work down. I'm in it, so let's see what happens. I see that Forza was halted for volatility, and now so Forza now is above the highs that it had after the big pops. So there's FRZA. By the way, I don't know if it's going to show. No. Person who wanted to know about trading in the pre-market using their simulator, are you in the room today? It was in YouTube, I think. I'm a little behind Shady, but the whole idea is that, he had that alert early at 9:40, 25.94, didn't do very much for a long period of time. But using this like a watch list, I think I had my alert, my price alert was set at that price. And so I knew when it hit it again. Now again, the low of the day, maybe that'll be a bit of a magnet. Okay, 25.20, maybe. It's an earnings play. Okay, so we know it should be pretty active. I mean, obviously the first 15-minute candle is usually the biggest one of the day. But the volume has been pretty steady all day long, which is typical of an earnings play. Well, that would be a fantasy one. Yeah, you're right. All the way down here. There's your after hours low yesterday for HCP. That'd be a fantasy target. Listen, if it got even close to the low of the day, I'd be very happy. On a day in which for me not much happened, a couple of small losses on GME and the CXM, decent winner on the SMAR. I like the spread, HCP 6061, obviously nice spread. I mean, sometimes, trading is sitting around doing nothing for a long time and just waiting patiently for some kind of a setup. What was the one yesterday that somebody was saying maybe it's not true? Something to do with Marvel and Amazon, right? Remember had a huge move pre-market. Then somebody said that might have been fake news. And this was for the MRVL, that the rumor was that Amazon was going to use them for their AI or something like that. Obviously, got pummeled afterwards. The AI doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't have a smart stop. It has a stop. Everything else has oh, just give me a moment, please. Oh, phone ring, just a minute. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So what the Smart Stop does, okay, and it's a guide. That's all it is. It's a guide. So when you click on an alert, I'll click on VRM as an example, okay? And let me don't obviously I don't have it activated, so smart risk levels, okay? So let me do it again. I'll do EXPI. So what it's telling me right there, you see the on the 15-minute chart, what it's saying is if you took this trade right now at 1986, they're suggesting a stop at 1946. Okay? That's what it is. It's a suggestion. The AI though has a like a real stop. Okay, so it's not a smart stop level. This is the but so when you see smart stop on the chart, that's what it is suggesting you do. Okay, you don't have to follow it, of course, but so DBI, take a look at DBI. If you took this trade right now at 865, they're suggesting a smart stop at 842 in that area. Okay, that's what the smart stop is. How it is created. It's some kind of a formula that looks at the volatility of 15-minute candles, takes the high and the low of the day into consideration, and it generates this smart stop. The smart stop will change all day though, because if this, right now the smart stop is at, well, let me one more time. CVNA. If you took CVNA right now at 2193, there or 2190, they're suggesting a smart stop of 2108. If CVNA got up here to 23, that smart stop would be a lot higher. Okay. But if you took the trade right now, that is what they're suggesting as a stop. But again, because it's all about the 15-minute volatility, the high and the low of the day, that will change all day long. But it all depends on when you click on the alert. Okay. And yay, HCP. As I'm babbling on, yes. Okay. Right. So Goose, did that make sense? The AI though has a specific stop. Okay, that is, so you won't see a smart stop on the AI, but you have a specific stop. It's the only one that does. Okay, well, when you say kinda, let me keep trying to explain it then. Never mind the AI, okay? Every time you click on a symbol, you obviously have the current price, and then a smart stop is generated for you, suggesting that if you took the stock at this price right now, that would be your stop. Okay, down here, 134. This is for our GTI. Every time you click on a symbol, they're saying if you took the trade right now, that would be a suggested stop. Okay, but hopefully it makes sense that, I mean, if our GTI, raced up to $2 and that's where you clicked on it and the price was $2, the smart stop would be higher because it's all in relation to the current price. No, because this is generated by the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day. The high and the low, I mean, obviously, if this is the high, if this broke up through, I mean, that high, then it's a new high, but also the volatility of the 15-minute candles. No, if you click on an alert, you click, if you click on any symbol, doesn't matter where it is in a list of stocks, okay? If I click on Beyond right here, BYND, when I click on it, so the price is 1301, and they're saying a suggested stop would be 1272. So it's not the candle you're clicking on. You're clicking on the symbol from wherever that symbol is. Here it is in the top list in the race. Here it is in my momentum up. So that makes sense. Anytime if you click on a symbol, that smart stop will be generated, and it'll be based on the current price. Have I upgraded you from a kinda to a yes, I get it? No, that doesn't sound right. You're saying okay. I want to hear, yeah, that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I have to keep trying to explain it because there could be other people confused about what the smart stop is all about. Now, do I use the smart stop? No, but I mean, if I were new to trading, it's probably not a bad way to go. And you know what? Practice in the simulator using the smart stop then. It's too bad I've done my video already. I wish this HCP had have happened earlier because I'm really trying to hammer the point home, guys, that this is a watch list, okay? And, to pay attention to these stocks all day long. They can set up, at 9:40, nothing happened. I mean, it popped up. And when did it finally break down through 25.94 again? Not until 1:30. So, from 9:40 and then 1:30. But all you had to do is have patience. Meanwhile, our cell is accelerating, guys. Our cell, RCEL. I remember you from yesterday, Itchy or Itch or ITCHE or however you however I have to pronounce that. I remember you asked a question and you're probably looking for an answer. What was the question? I have to make it quick because I've got to go to a meeting in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Look at HCP. Look, I mean, this is great, guys. I mean, I cannot emphasize enough. Don't get too many alerts. Use it like a watch list. Okay. I mean, now we're approaching the low of the pre-market, I think. 25.25. Yeah. So we're almost at that low of the pre-market. And look at this, there's, HCP showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown really early also. Okay, well, I can't help you there. I don't know why the platform's not working, Itchy. Okay, so the best I can do is send you to our homepage and you give them your email address. And I can't send you $11 back. Okay, I don't have any access to accounting. But before you do that, go to our homepage. Okay, go to the homepage, click on that link, and when the questions and answers pops up, click on the ask. Give them your email and just say, "Hey, it's not working for me. What am I doing wrong?" And maybe they look at your account. Maybe you haven't filled out the exchange agreements. I mean, I have no idea what might be going on. Okay, and we're not trying to keep the $11. I mean, but before you do that, ask the question, and maybe there's some kind of a simple fix. Okay. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I have to put my announcement in. I'll be in a meeting. Hey guys, I have covered some of the HCP, okay, before, because it's at the low of the day. It's right at the low of the day, so I've covered some in case that low of the day stops it. Okay, Sashin. Okay, very quickly, are you talking about you're not seeing all the alerts that I've got? Is that what you're talking about? And hopefully that's what you are talking about. Because okay, what's happened is that when you loaded it, there's a default now that only shows the profitable trades. Okay. So if you expand this, if you can't see this, see that filter right there? I've got it on none. I don't, I want to see all the trades because I can maybe find a way to trade around something, even though it in theory is not working. So anyway, yours is probably saying only the profitable trades. Okay. That is checked profitable trades. So if you want to, I would uncheck it. I would want to follow these all day. Okay. So the filter, drop down menu, probably profitable trades is checked. Okay. Quick answer, yes. And then just uncheck it. Now you see all the trades for the day. Got to run, guys. I'm back. So, Robert, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. What is the kind of the definition of the relative volume? There is a more complex equation, but really simply, it's just sort of the average volume that has happened over the last 10 days up to this time of day, up to the current time. That is what the relative volume is. So, for instance, if you right now VRNT at 2.59, and the time is say 240, it's trading 2.5 times what it would normally have traded over and on average over the last 10 days up to this time of day. Okay, it is a little more complex than that, but that's without getting really technical, that is about that's a good definition of what the relative volume is. So while I was in the meeting, all out of everything, guys, covered the last of my HCP. So now look at VRNT. I know I mentioned this one earlier. I said, you know what? What if it goes positive? This is showing up on my 10-day daily, or not 10-day daily breakout, the earnings up versus earnings down. And at that point, it was still negative for the day, but it was up. Sorry, it was positive for the day, but still below yesterday's close. Now look what it's done. It is now above yesterday's close. I know I talked about this one because I said, look what happened. Released earnings after hours yesterday, had a huge move, looked really good, you know, came back a bit, but was still relatively positive. And then all of a sudden, the market opens up today and it gets slammed down, but it has come all the way back. And I am sharing this, yes. So, guys, a couple of things to do. Excuse me. I'll be shutting down in about half an hour. Excuse me, about half an hour, maybe a little bit longer. So I do want to put the test drive link in one more time. You can still take part of the test drive. The last day to sign up is tomorrow. You will not get obviously 10 full days. But if you sign up now, you will get, just putting the link in. So if you sign up now, you click on the link, you'll get the balance of today. Not obviously not very much left today. You'll have 6 trading days. Okay, Monday, Friday, tomorrow, and then or 7. I guess 7. What am I saying? Yeah, because it goes to Tuesday, June the 20th. The Monday is a holiday, the 19th. So you'll get to the 20th. Okay, so you get the balance of the day, and then you'll have up to the 20th inclusive. So it's not 2 weeks. It'll still cost the $11.11. Still not much. And you can try us out. You'll have access to our premium service. The only thing you can't do, no auto trading, your own strategies, nor the AI. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. And the big difference between when you take a look at what our offering is, we have a standard and a premium service. This is basically what the premium service looks like. Okay. You get a watch list of stocks that you can trade. And, sometimes, HCP was a great example. It had a very early alert at 940, 25.94 to short. It wasn't until, for me anyway, until what, 145? Yeah, right. Sorry, 130 or so when it took it out again. Now, had you taken that short immediately, but I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes, yeah, it would have worked. Got down to 25.20, but then it moved up, and then eventually at 130, it took that price out again and gave a great little trade, again for almost $1. That's how I use the AI. Okay, it's a watch list. And this is also open for those who are a standard subscriber right now. You want to take a look at our premium service? You can do it. It'll still cost you $11.11. And again, if you, at the end of it, you'll be moved back down to a standard subscription unless you tell us, hey, no, I want to maintain it as a premium subscriber. Now, we have a great promo on right now, 30% off. So if you click on the early promo, 30% off, I think it runs out Sunday night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. You get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. What I would do is this, I would not hop into an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always take out a monthly subscription. You only get it now if you maintain a monthly subscription, you don't get 30% off every month. It's only the first month only. But here's the deal. You can try us out again for about 30 days. And if you decide you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 30%. The obvious benefit of taking it on an annual is that your per monthly cost is less. You do have to come up with the money up front though. There's no problem, maintaining a monthly subscription, but for those of you who can afford it, but not sure if you want the product, try us out for a month. Okay, I also will. Just give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. I'm answering Jamie at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, I'll just pop in my homepage also, though, because if you want my scans to show you where they are, so I just pop my homepage link in. So if you do want my scans, just scroll down until you get to the scan section, and these are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. So if you save my homepage link, you can, first of all, I'd appreciate it if you do use my homepage link to take out a subscription. Excuse me. And then, of course, you can have access to my scans anytime and the big education section. Hey guys, so what time is it right now? 2:49. I'll be around to about 3:20. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I'm out of every trade now, so I don't have anything going on. Probably will not do anything. The VRNT certainly intrigued me. I mean, now but I'm not in it. Had the two losses on the GME and the CXM. Had the nice gain on the SMAR on the short, and then just recently the HCP. You guys have been talking about a firm for quite a while. This is to do with Amazon Pay, right? That was yesterday's big news. Yeah, look at that. Nice run still. Yesterday's high, getting relatively close to it. Had a big sell-off though. I mean, look at that. It got up to what, 40 or so, 1950, and it closed down here. That's a big sell-off, actually. Were there rumors that that wasn't true also? Like the Marvel? So I just have to check. Were there any questions that I haven't answered? Okay. Zen, are you still around in Brokers Plus? How do you see the trades you've taken today? Well, it should just show up in the positions tab. If you have the positions tab. And if you uncheck the hide zero positions, you'll see them all. How to run the races screen. Okay, now I'm just going to show you. I'll demonstrate, but I don't expect anybody to remember everything I say. So again, it's all in the guide. Well, again, if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there, I just want to show you where you can find it in the guide. So scroll down until you get to the education section. And then click on the user guide. And then where it says TI stock races, it's right here. So there are 4 good videos, how to start races, what they're all about. And then race startup, this is clickable, and the configuration. So it's all here. Okay. So when you say how to run it, what exactly do you mean? All races start from a top list window. I mean, that's all in the guide, of course, but all races start from a top list window. Okay, so they all start from a top list window. I'm sharing 2 races. Of course, you can create your own top list window with your parameters. In this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. If the stocks are between 1 and 50, just give me one moment, please. I think I'm finally tired of hearing music. Here we go. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and it's up, and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so do you want to, okay, so do you want to run a race based on relative, like RSI or something like that? Is that what you mean? I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. So I run my race based on the change from the open, when the race started, the percent change from the open. But you can run your, as long as you have a column header, you can run a race on any one of these column headers. The change from the close yesterday, the change from the open. Okay. So if you've got an RSI column header, because what happens is if I say launch real-time stock race, and then I click on that, and then I right click and then show the race setup, you notice that based on, oh, how to convert it to a race, you just launch it. But now you see, So so you've got so you say you've got your top list. So you just right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay. And then here, it'll start, but what I would do is I would click on the square. This is all in the guide, okay? But I would click on the square and then it'll stop, and then right click and show race setup. Here is where you can customize your race. How many minutes you want it to run, based on what? Okay, change from the open is what I've got, but notice that's a little drop down menu. If I hit that little down arrow, I can base my race on any one of these. Okay, it doesn't make sense to do the volume today, but if you have RSI, so you want to have maybe an increasing RSI or something like that, changing RSI, you could base it on the RSI as long as you have it as a column. You would just click on it. So right now, here's relative volume right now. So I could base a race here. Well, here's relative volume. So I could base a race based on increasing relative volume. Since the race started, what stock has had the most increase in relative volume? That number right there, 2.41. Now all of a sudden it's 2.5, then 2.6, maybe 3, something that is really, there's no button to launch the race in your top list. Really? It's not a button, but it's an option. Right click, you don't see launch real-time stock race. You can see my screen, right, Fail? That's as part of the top list. I mean, that's been there for a long, long, long time. Okay. So 100%, you've got a top list. It's a top list window, right? Not an alert window. Okay. So it says T. I'm not trying to, okay. So that it's definitely a top list window. It says T in the upper left-hand corner. Just want to make sure. Because you can't run a race from an alert window. What does it say, T? Aha, there you go. That's the reason. You can only run a race from a top list window. Okay, so get the top list window going, and then you just launch it. And just like I said, you have now you can, and then once it's launched, just click that square. That'll stop the race, and then right click and show race setup. Now you can customize your race. Okay. And I can't tell you, how you want to customize it, but you can, pick how many minutes you want to run. You can pick how many stocks you want to see. I've got 10 here. Okay. Maybe you only want to see 5 stocks, but it's up to you. You probably want to check auto rerun, because once the race stops, you want another one to begin. You can pick your auto, like what time you want to start the race. I like to start it when the market opens at 9:30, but you can run it in the pre-market. So this is up to you, of course. There's usually always a reason. So yeah, I mean, great. I mean, not out of nowhere, but I mean, this was pretty sleepy for a long time. EXPI, the trend's been up. We have some bottoming tails and everything like that, but I mean, they had the alert at 9:41. Excuse me, 9:34. It didn't get back up over that alert price until 12:15. And then since then it's been on a decent run. With little jogs down that might have taken you out of some of your position, but pretty good. DBI, the same thing. I'm just following what Shady is talking about. So 821, it's been slow, but 881 isn't bad from 821. And again, these are two scans that I'm sharing. The 10-day daily breakout, the only one, just like yesterday. We only had one in the 10-day daily breakdown, only had one stock. Goods coming in for the final 20 minutes. Or 20 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, that doesn't count until you say hello. So I discount that first 10 minutes. Well, guys, Carvana should be interesting tomorrow. I mean, look at this also. The shorts have been kind of piling in a little bit again at Interactive Brokers. Okay, the last time now back here in the pre-market, there were no shorts available. Probably a good thing. Okay, at Interactive Brokers, probably there were no shorts available here, here, here. There were shorts becoming available at Interactive Brokers, and the last time I looked, there were about 238,000 shorts available. No more. They've all been snapped up now at Interactive Brokers, and there has not been, a lot of short covering yet at Interactive Brokers. I can only, and this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Now you can't see the symbol here, but that is Carvana. And so the last time I looked, there were 280,000 available, but they've always obviously been snapped up. And of course, I cannot speak for every broker. Are you talking about what I just displayed there, Fail? That's from Interactive Brokers, okay? If you have Interactive Brokers, then is it SLB? SLB, yeah, SLB, good. I finally remembered. So if you have Interactive Brokers, you just have to you click on File and then the search and type in SLB. Oh, I see. Monitoring a hard. Okay, he's talking probably the short float percent, a high short float percent. Like CVNA has a high short float percent for 57.28%. Well, yeah, you can see it. I mean, it's just a filter. Okay, I mean, it's just right click. So you could add it to a top list window. So if you right click, I'm doing it in an alert window, but if I right click and click on configure and then type in short, there it is, the short float percent. Okay, that's the filter. That's the filter that you can use. You can either use it as add a filter, as add a filter, or show the column. So if you want to show the column, then you can actually sort on the column to show the ones that are the highest short float percent, as an example. Up to you, of course. Or you could add it as a filter to only see stocks that are, say, I don't know, whatever number you want, minimum of 20% short float. And then also show it as the column. I might have one. I don't think I have one anymore. Low floaters on the move. Boy, I haven't looked at that one for a long time. So there's a short float percent as an example, okay? So imagine then if you created a topless window with that as a column, then you could left click on the column and you would sort it then and you would see the ones that have the highest short float percent on top as an example. This is an alert window, so it doesn't work that way, but if on a topless window, top list window, for years people were saying thought I was saying a topless window. Meanwhile, Carvana, those people who are short are not happy right now. Sorry, guys, I'm just it's interesting topic within Trade Ideas right now. Wow, Carvana. Oh boy. Really, really interesting. Really interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I'm just looking to see there's still the short covering has not happened at Interactive Brokers. I keep looking to see if finally these, people, I don't know where they shorted. And I'm kind of glad I did my video on Carvana today. This one, yeah, you do. Yes, you do, Sky. You have your pick between. All I'm displaying right now for purposes of the test drive, I didn't want to overload people, but I'm on my home page. On my home page, when you click on my link, again, scroll down till you see the scan section. So this is this dock momentum up or down, okay? So for the purposes of the test drive, I only show the up, but the dock momentum up or down looks like this, okay? So here are stocks moving down on momentum, stocks moving up on momentum. And then you have the sort of the individual one called Momo, which is a little bit different from this. I mean, it'll probably show very, very similar alerts. It's just that you'll see the stock over and over and over again, kind of like this. CVNA over and over and over again as it keeps making a new high. That's what the Momo does. You'll see it over and over and over again. Whereas this one, it shows you every time Carvana makes a new high, there's the time and there's the price. It's just that you won't see it, in a list like this, if that makes sense. It's just another way, kind of a different way of organizing And so that's why I give both methods or both ways of seeing. So I'm sorry. This is what you'd see. I'm sorry. So this is the dock momentum up or down. Okay. So you have your choice. You see? So you see Carvana is making a new high, keeps making a new high. Here's the time. You just don't see it over and over again. Okay, so Sky, what's happened is if you can find your filter, just turn it off. I'll show you what I'm talking about. And for everybody listening, everybody who's listening, okay, why you're not seeing all the stocks, okay? Because there's a filter, there's a option called filter here, and what's happening is that it has been defaulted to only show you profitable trades. So that is check marked. Okay, that's why you're not saying I don't want it. I want to see I want to see everything because sometimes I can find a way to trade just because something hasn't worked early. It may work later on in a different way. So I want to see them. There's not so many. That, if there were 30 stocks, okay, maybe I just want to see the profitable ones, but I want to see everything. So anyway, uncheck it. So uncheck it and then you'll see it. Okay. So that everybody, please listen to me. I'm getting that question all day long. Why am I not seeing everything that, what you're displaying in the AI? I'm not seeing all those trades. So just if you can find the filter. Now, if you can't see it, just have to take your window. Okay. If that's all you're seeing, just take and stretch it, grab it on the left-hand side and pull it. And then there's your filter and uncheck the profitable trades. Uncheck it. And then you'll see everything. Okay. Two subscriptions on the same email. You can use the promo code, but so you want another subscription, Brooke? Okay, yeah, you can. So you want you don't have to tell me why exactly, but what would be the reason to have two separate subscriptions? You want you're buying it for somebody else, which is fine. That's completely fine, but you want to have it on two different maybe on a laptop and a desktop and you want them open at the same time or something like that. Just want to understand why you would want okay, if you I'm not going to I'm not going to stop you, but yeah, you can okay, so there it is. So click on that link, right? The early bird promo. Click on that link right there and you can sign up. Again, I'm not sure what happens if there's some kind of an alert that says, "Hey, you've already signed up on with that email." But certainly you can do it. I mean, you'll be able to do it even if it's the same email. I'm assuming. Let me get ask accounting that. guys. I just put the question into our accounting people. That's the first time anybody's asked me that. So I just want to see if they give me an answer that it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, if you want to have another subscription using the same email, but let me just. Ah, okay. I just contacted Shantae. Let's see what she says. She's typing an answer. Let's hope that she says no, it doesn't matter. You would need to create a second username. So is there a problem using another email address, Brooke? They're saying it would be better if you use a different email. Is there a problem using another email? It's just, the accounting gets a little screwed up, but if you say, there's no way it has to be the same email, I'll let them know that, but does it have to be the same email? Brooke, are you around still? Maybe Brooke left. Can I please run a race from top list for up down from the close 2 times normal volume? Better to do, one up and one down, but well, you can do it though, Feo. I mean, all you have to do is create a new top list. Okay, start from scratch. Load those settings. Let's put in some filters though, like a minimum price. I don't know, let's go 1 to 50 or 1 to 100. Okay, relative volume, minimum of 2. And change from the close. Let's make the change from the close, I don't know, 2% minimum. So here's where we are. Okay. And the columns you want a price column. You want the change from the close because that is what you're going to run the race on. Well, it's possible if there's no data. Well, let me just keep going here. I mean, that's pretty simple. Between 1 and 100. Let's go a minimum volume though. I mean, you don't want to get so many. Volume today, let's go 200K. Okay, so now again, click on the summary. As you keep adding filters, good idea to always, not just to you, but to anybody, click on the summary just to check to see, make sure it's correct. Sometimes, you instead of putting 200,000 shares, you put 200 million or something. Okay, so I'm just going to call this test. So at this point, okay, I mean, there are a ton of stocks making in here, and then you just run the race, launch the real-time stock race. Go this, and then based on, yeah, okay, change from the close. So right now, this race is ready to go. So I'm not sure why it says no data. Well, I can give you this, okay? Then you can fiddle around with other filters and price ranges and minimum volumes and all that. But there's certainly a lot of stocks that meet these. Yeah, always save your work, okay? When you do anything, I mean, all this is a layout, okay? So I don't know if you have a layout already, but you can also save to the cloud. Okay, you can save the race to the cloud, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. But what you should do, in my opinion, is create a layout and have this part of your layout if that's what you really want. Because that's all I do. I mean, this is this race that's running here. When I exit trade ideas, I say it says file exit. It's going to ask me, do you want to save their layout? Yes or no. I say yes. Tomorrow, everything comes back the way it is. But I would also say, I also though save individual scans. I save my entire layout, and then I also save individual top list scans to the cloud. Because sometimes, maybe I get tired of this one, the biggest gainers from the open percent. So I get rid of it and have another race running. Maybe 2 months from now, I say, you know what? I wonder how this one is doing. So I can bring it back as long as I've saved it from the cloud or to the cloud. Okay. And remember, everybody who's on this test drive, anything that you're doing, if you've created a layout, if you've taken some of my scans and then saved them to the cloud, or I shouldn't say that, save everything to the cloud. Everything to the cloud that you might create, a layout that you might create, because if you decide to take out a subscription later on, it could be the next day after it's over, or a month from now, or a year from now, as long as you use the same email address that you signed up, that you used to get into the test drive, everything will be there in the cloud for you. Okay, so it's a great, just save everything to the cloud. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Let me get my script together. Tomorrow's Friday already. Oh, I didn't see your questions, Michael. I don't see your questions at all. You said, please read my questions. I don't see them. Yeah, Sachin, you know what? Ask that question. Yeah, it should say, Pepe is saying that, but you know what? The best thing to do is support at trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask the question. Give them your email address. Okay, give them your email address, and they'll let you know exactly how it works. Okay, I'm not trying to pass the buck. It's just that I know I don't get involved in the accounting at all. How that sort of thing works. Michael, I'm sorry, Michael, you're saying you have is on top. I am reading everything. I don't see anything unless it's way. I'm just going through every post that we've had today. I don't see any questions from you. So why don't you just repeat it, okay? I'm sorry, I just don't see anything. Well, what's the question? Could you see my screen? This is what I see, okay? Please read my questions. It is on top. I just typed, okay? But when I scroll up, I don't, unless I'm missing it, I don't see any question from you. Be happy to answer a question, but I just don't see it. So why don't you just repeat it then, okay? If you don't mind. But if you can see what I'm seeing, I don't see a question from you. Now, is it possible if you had a lot of questions, because I have a limitation also, okay? If I try to post something pretty long, YouTube won't take it. So is it possible it was it was a very long question, or did you actually see it? But you can see that, and Mohammed is saying the same thing. We don't see a question. Okay, we don't see a question from you. So if it's not very long, just repost it if you don't mind. Aha, if it had yeah, okay, there you go. You cannot type, yeah, I can, but you cannot with a URL. Thanks, Pepe. So when you say so what about your custom channel? Are you talking about you created a channel in your doc channel? You created a custom channel or something? I don't do a lot of custom. Well, you can see right off the bat, I really don't have. I have one, but I rarely use it. But is that what you're talking about? You created a custom channel, one of the 5 that you can do? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about a scan? Are you madly typing away, Michael? Because okay, Michael. Well, if you can't tell me what you're looking for, I typically shut down right now. I don't mind sticking around, but I need a little more help from you about what your actual question is. Okay, well, I'm going to shut down the main room. Okay, so guys, thanks for all the help. Let me get my script in. Shutting the room down. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening for those of you in the main room. And I'll keep the YouTube room open just a little bit longer in case Michael, has a question that I can perhaps answer. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm assuming you could because you said it is strange. So I assume that you could, you're hearing what I was saying, that I could not see anything that you had posted. Hmm. Okay, Michael, I'm sorry. I really want to take off right now. I mean, I don't have to, but if I don't get a response from you, I think I'm going to take off and shut down the room. You can come in tomorrow again if you want. Hopefully, I can help you, but I just have to have a. I don't know what you mean. I know what a custom channel could be. It could be something that you've created and you've put in the channel bar, or it could be semantics. Maybe what you're calling a custom channel could be a scan that you've created. I just don't know. Okay. Okay. Well, sorry, Michael. If I'm going to take off now, so maybe come back tomorrow. So bye, YouTubers.